marked for AZ Tsotsi.
Yes.
That bundle, Chairperson, has been divided into two. I understand that they have attended to regularizing the Chairperson's bundle as well.
Oh. Well, it looks fine, at least one.
Yeah,
so we'll see if there's a problem.
there's a mini file,
Yeah.
which is marked Eskom bundle 07.1.
Yes.
It's a continuation of the first,
Of this one.
of the bigger one.
Okay. No, that's fine.
We'll mainly be using the bigger one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairperson, we are continuing with the second witness in this week. There's Mr. Zola Tsotsi.
Yes. You'll have to raise your voice again. Yeah. Or bring the mic closer.
I will.
Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, please administer the oath of affirmation. I'm not sure whether Mr. Tsotsi is not too far from his mic. The mic that works is that one, Mr. Tsotsi. I don't know whether you are not too far from it if you sit on that chair.
Please state your full names for the record.
Zola Andile Tsotsi.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairperson.
Selega.
Mr. Tsotsi, welcome. When you agree with me, please speak out, don't nod your head for the purposes of the record. And you will be addressing the DCJ, the chairperson of the inquiry. You have before you two bundles. There's the thicker bundle, marked Eskom bundle 07. Can you see that?
Yes.
Exhibit U17.
Yes, I do.
You can see that. Then you have, as you heard earlier, explaining to the chairperson, the thinner bundle, Eskom bundle 07.1, which is a continuation of the first one.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Mr. Tsotsi, you have provided the commission with your affidavit, and that is found on page 1 of the bigger file, U17. Go to page 1. But Chairperson, this bundle is paginated, as you had indicated yesterday. There's the black pagination and the red pagination.
Yes. Are we going to follow the red or black today? Pagination?
We can follow the red, Chairperson, still.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have asked them not to have pages duplicated.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the red numbers, Mr. Tsotsi, and the black numbers on each page at the top, left and right?
Yes, I do.
Yes. When Mr. Selega refers to a page, he will be referring to the red numbers. So you can disregard the black numbers. He won't call the zero before, for example, if you go to the beginning of your affidavit, we won't say page 001. He'll just say page 1 and on and so on and so on. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome back. You are coming to the commission for the second time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, are you on page 1?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Aspects of your affidavit, certain aspects will be admitted, and I wish to focus my questions on some of the aspects arising from your affidavit. So, paragraph 2 of your affidavit deals with your qualifications and your degrees.
And I'm going to get him to just confirm his signature and confirm that it's his affidavit and let us
yes.
ask me to admit it and mark it, exhibit, whatever.
Let me do exactly that. Mr. Tsotsi, the affidavit starts on paginated page 1, and it runs up to paginated page 28. And please concentrate on the red numbers at the top of, right-hand top of the page.
That's correct.
You see the last page there?
Yes,
You confirm that this is your signature in the middle of the page,
yes, I do.
and that the affidavit is dated 13 February 2020.
Yes,
And you confirm that this is the affidavit you have submitted to the Commission.
yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. So we go back to that page.
You asked me to admit it? Mr.
Oh,
Select?
yes,
Yeah.
indeed, Chairperson. I beg your pardon.
You are asking me to admit it
Oh, yeah.
and have it marked exhibit what? Exhibit
will-
U7 or U17?
U17, oh, now we have the file which is point 1.
Well, we can change that file maybe to
17A,
17A.
indeed,
Yeah,
Chairperson.
and then we can have, so let's say the smaller file, which is a continuation of Eskom bundle 017 or 07. The smaller file will be bundle Eskom bundle 07.A.
Alternatively, Chairperson, we can mark the bigger one A and this one, the smaller one, B.
That's another way. Okay. So the bigger bundle will be Eskom bundle 07.A, and the smaller one will be Eskom bundle 07.B.
Yes.
And Mr. Tsotsi's affidavit appearing at page 6, starting at page 6 of Eskom bundle 07.A is admitted and will be marked as exhibit U17. Do you want us to say U17 or U17-1 on his affidavit, or point 1
U17.
will be the following ones?
U17-1, Chairperson.
Okay. It will be marked as exhibit U17.1.
17-1.
Okay.
I think they might have made an error in the smaller bundle. As opposed to 07, it should have been 17. Is that correct? Yes, I'll get the,
Well, no, 0 something is for the name of the bundle.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Already, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Okay, so that labeling is correct. Thank you, Chairperson. So the affidavit of Mr. Tsotsi dated 13 February 2020 has been admitted as Exhibit U17.1.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Somebody should make the necessary markings on Mr. Tossi's bundles so that he has something that is similar to what we have.
Yeah. Thank you. Is that? Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. May we proceed? So in paragraph, if you go back to page 1, Mr. Tsotsi, of the affidavit, yes. So paragraph 1, you set out your details with the ID number. Paragraph 2, you set out your qualifications and where you obtained them. Paragraph 3, you deal with your career. You turn the page. And 3.3, likewise, you deal with your service on various boards as chairperson. I'll read that. I started serving on the board of my own company as executive chairman in 1983. During my stint with the Lesotho government, I was appointed chairman of Lesotho Electricity Corporation, Water and Sewerage Authority, and Lesotho Highlands Development Authority. In 2004, the Lesotho government set up the electricity regulator called Lesotho Electricity Authority, and I was invited to become its first chairman. On completion of this role, I was appointed chairman of the Eskom Holdings in 2011. Is that the Eskom in Lesotho or in South Africa, Mr. Tsotsi?
Eskom, South Africa.
Eskom, South Africa. And then you carry on to say all the chairmanship appointments in the state-owned entities were non-executive. Now, in 2011, was that your first time being appointed as a chairman of the board of Eskom?
Yes.
And how long did you stay in that position as a chairman of the board of Eskom?
I was appointed around August 2011 until the board's term completed on the 8th, I think, of December 2014, when the new board was appointed.
December 2014, when the new
That's
board
right.
was appointed.
Yes.
Did you get to be reappointed on the new board?
Yes, I did. I was reappointed.
In what capacity this time?
Once again, as chairman.
As chairman of the board.
Yes.
I'm
Non-executive?
sorry, Mr. Slager. Can I go back to when you were
Yes, Chair.
appointed for your first term? I see that you say in your affidavit that you were approached by Mr. Siyabonga Mahlangu, who was then the advisor to the minister, that is Minister Kigaba, that's right.
Correct.
And he inquired if you would be interested in serving on the board of Eskom. You responded in the affirmative, and ultimately you were appointed. You provided your CV.
Yes.
So the second term, Mr. Slager will deal with it, but I see that for the second term you applied after
Correct.
you saw an advert. The first time you did not apply, you were approached.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever try to find out how it came about that they showed interest in you out of the blue?
No, I did not specifically find
Try
out
to find
from
out,
them.
yes, yes, yes.
But I had an understanding of where probably their mind was living at the time.
Yes. Well, it just occurred to me that later on, you know that you were told by somebody that they put you in this position, they could take you out. So I wondered whether that's connected with how you were approached. Is that something you have reflected on and you think along the same lines or not?
No, Chair, I don't connect my
First appointment?
first appointment with that statement.
Yes.
However, that statement has other
Yes.
connotations, but not in reference to my
Yes,
first
okay, no,
appointment.
that's fine. Thank
Yes.
you. Continue, Mr.
Thank
Slager.
you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tsotsi, you were dealing with your second appointment as the chairman of the board, and I wanted to know from you whether in that capacity were you an executive or non-executive chairperson?
I was non-executive.
Now, the chairperson has asked you the other questions relating to how you became appointed. As you say in your statement that you applied the second time around, following publication of an advert, did the application be followed by interviews?
In my case, no, I was not interviewed. I suppose the minister just took the decision that she did not need to interview me. I don't know, but I was not asked to be interviewed.
Could you tell the chairperson, when you say in your case, are you aware that in the case of other board members, whether or not they were interviewed?
Chair, no, I don't. I've not asked any of the board members if they were ever interviewed.
Now that's in December 2014, you say. We learned yesterday from the witness of Mr. Matuna, and you were present here as well. You confirmed that you were present here as well yesterday.
Yes, I was present yesterday.
Yes. That the board went through an induction. Recall that?
Correct, yes.
But, well, we didn't get an indication of whether or not you attended that induction. So I would like you to tell the chairperson whether did you or did you not attend the induction?
Chair, I did attend the induction. I was present.
And can you recall when, in terms of date and month, did the induction take place?
The formal induction, there was an informal meeting of the new board members with the minister in her office sometime in December, shortly after the board members were appointed. Whereupon the minister indicated that she would like there to be an induction of the new board and that this would be taking place sometime in January. Because, we were at the end of pretty much of the year, and so there was very little going on, and people were going on leave and holiday and so on. So the induction was then arranged for January. And if I recall, I think it was somewhere around if not the 16th of January.
Yeah.
That's January 2015.
2015, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So you attended the induction, you said?
Yes, I
You were
did.
present. So that's January 2015. Does the board then have a timetable for its meetings for the year of 2015?
Yes. What normally happens, Chair, is that at the end of the previous year, I normally sit down with the company secretary and we work out dates for board meetings for the following year. And this is done in consultation with the board members to make sure that they will be available for those dates. And once that is completed, then this is published in the company roster. So the dates are fixed at the end of the previous year for the following year.
So in that case, what was the first date on which the board would have its first meeting in 2015?
The first board meeting in 2015 was scheduled for the 26th of February, 2015.
Could you tell the chairperson whether that meeting took place?
The meeting did not take place.
And what were the reasons why the meeting didn't take place?
What happened is that on the evening of the eve of the meeting, 25th.
That would be 25 February.
That's right. At about 8:30 in the evening, I received a phone call from the then president of the country, President Jacob Zuma. And the president asked if I had, well, first of all, he stated that he had been trying to get in touch with the minister, my minister at the time being Minister Lynn Brown, and he was not successful, and he tried to find the deputy minister, and he didn't find the deputy minister either. And ultimately, he found the acting DG at the time, was Matsietsi Mholo. And he then said to me that he has asked that the meeting tomorrow not take place.
On the 26th.
On the 26th, yes. Oh. Then he said, I will be contacted by the acting DG in regards to that. But he's just giving me like and forewarning, if you like, that the meeting is not going to take place. So I simply thanked him for the call and waited for the phone call from the acting DG, who then did call. So I was told by the acting DG that the minister had asked that the meeting be postponed. And that's how the meeting got postponed.
So were you given the reasons for the postponement or for that request to postpone?
I did ask the acting DG what the reasons were for the postponement of the meeting, because I would need to give those reasons to the board members. And she then responded to say that the minister did not give her any reasons for the postponement of the meeting. So she did not have any reasons for it.
Did you ask the former president, Jacob Zuma, for the reasons why he wanted the meeting to be postponed?
No, Chair, I did not ask him.
Why not?
The reason I did not ask the former president was because, as chairman of Eskom, I really don't have any formal business with the president.
Sorry?
I don't have any formal business relationship with the president.
But wasn't that all the more reason why you should have asked him?
Well, the way I saw it, Chair, was that my fiduciary responsibility rested with the minister, and I felt that I needed to ask the minister if she does not give me any reasons.
But the minister was not available and he didn't phone you. She didn't phone you. The president called you. Wasn't that on its own strange that you have a plan for a board meeting? The president is not part of the board. The board is going to have a meeting to discuss its own business. Why should you get a call from the president saying the meeting of the board should not take place? This is not a meeting of the cabinet. This is a meeting of the board.
I agree with you entirely, Chair. I didn't understand the reason why I got a message from the president to this effect. And in my position, I felt that I needed to raise that issue with the minister.
Yes, but sitting there today, do you consider that you should have asked the president, Mr. President, this is a meeting of the board that has been planned. Why must it be postponed?
I do concede, Chair, that I could have asked him
Yes.
why he wanted the meeting postponed. But I clearly would still have felt that in terms of my communication to the board, I would have had to have consulted with the minister so that she can then
But
tell
of
me
course,
exactly.
even if the minister were to have called you after the president had called, after you had spoken to the president, it would have, you would have known that the real person who wants the meeting postponed was the president, not the minister. Because from what you have told me, the president was the one who was looking for the minister in order to convey the message that the meeting of the board should be postponed. So the person who knew the reasons would be the president. That's the person you should have asked.
From my perspective, Chair, at the time I was dealing with the issue, I wanted to be certain that I follow what I understood to be my fiduciary responsibility.
Sorry?
I wanted to follow what I understood to be my fiduciary responsibility with the minister.
But here is somebody who is not part of your board. You are the chairperson. And you don't deal with this person. You deal with the minister. He is calling you. He is not scheduled to be part of this meeting of the board. So it doesn't have to suit his calendar or his availability. He's calling you and saying, the board's meeting mustn't take place. But it's not his business, it's the board's business that will be discussed. So wasn't that strange in itself?
It was strange, Chairman. Let me put it to you another way. If, for instance, I had not had communication with the DG who purportedly spoke on behalf of the minister, I would have authorized, I would not have postponed the meeting, let me put it that way.
You would not have,
Postponed the meeting,
if you didn't get a call from the acting DG?
yes.
Yes. But
Because my view would be that the president doesn't have any jurisdiction in terms of that determination.
yes.
So my asking him, for me, was neither here nor there, if only to learn perhaps what reasons he had. But because I felt that he had no jurisdiction in my responsibility, if I had not heard from, as I say, the DG, I would have not cancelled the meeting.
The acting DG phoned you,
Yes.
and did she say the minister wanted you to postpone the meeting, or did she say the president wanted you to postpone the meeting?
No, she said the minister asked that the meeting should be postponed.
Yes. And you asked her for the reasons,
For the reasons for it, yes.
and she didn't give you any.
No, she didn't give me any reason, saying to me
Yes.
that she was not given any reasons by the minister herself.
Yes. Did you not consider necessary to say, well, I'll phone the minister and find out what the reasons are, because I can't just postpone the meeting of the board without reasons?
I did ask her if I can get in touch with the minister or whereabouts, where the minister's whereabouts. She said she didn't know, and she tried to call the minister herself, and she couldn't find her.
Was the minister scheduled to be part of this meeting of the 26th of February?
No.
I take it she would not normally attend meetings of the board because she's not a member of the board.
No, she was not part of the, she was not going to attend the meeting.
She would attend by invitation.
That's correct.
Yes, and on this occasion, the board had not invited her to be part of that meeting.
No, that's it. She was not invited.
So she actually didn't have the power, did she, to instruct you to postpone the meeting of the board? What is your understanding? Did you understand that she had the power?
My understanding, Chair, is that the MOI of Eskom does authorize the minister to request board meetings to be either postponed or changed or cancelled.
But how could she have the power to postpone a meeting of the board that she is not going to be attending? And if she is going to be attending, would she have anything other than a right to request, not a right to instruct the chairperson for a postponement if she's meant to attend and it's an important issue that she must discuss with the board, but she has other commitments, then she makes a request for a postponement. But ultimately, the power to say yes or no would lie with the chairperson of the board or the board.
Well, Chair, I'm not certain in terms of whether she can only request a postponement on the basis that she was going to attend the meeting.
But she certainly is not part of the board, is that right?
No. she's not.
Yes.
Yes.
So simply on the principle that she's not part of the board, I don't think she can have power to instruct that the board should not sit, because the board, as I understand it, is a body on its own.
Yes, I don't have the capacity, Chairman, to make that analysis.
No, I understand. You know, you might be able to say, look, I've never reflected on this. I'm not sure. I'm just giving you the benefit of what's going on in my mind, and you may or may not be able to comment on it. I may be right, I may be wrong, but I'm just thinking, if you are a body, unless there is some specific legal provision that allows somebody who is not part of the body to dictate what you can discuss in your own meetings, to dictate when you can have meetings or when you can't have meetings. Unless you have that situation, normally it would be that body that decides when do we sit, when do we not sit, what business do we discuss, when do we discuss that business. That body plans its own programs, you know.
Yes.
And somebody outside might be able to say, at some stage, I request that you discuss this issue. And then the body can decide this is when it's convenient for us to discuss that issue. We'll discuss it on that day. But the idea that somebody from outside can instruct just seems odd to me.
I understand. I
You
understand your point
yeah.
of view, yes.
Yes, yes. No, thank you. Mr. Slege, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, let's go a little bit into that. If you turn to page 10 of your affidavit.
I'm sorry. For the sake of completeness, let me make this point, Mr. Tsotsi.
Indeed.
The only reason I can think why somebody who is not a member of the board would want would have wanted the board to postpone its meeting when he or she is not part of the board and was not going to attend that meeting is that he or she might not be wanting the board to discuss certain matters on that day. It's not convenient for whatever reasons for him or her to have the board take decisions on certain issues on that day. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, if the board is going to discuss matters in which that person has no interest, why would they be wanting the board to postpone its meeting? Because they have no interest in the issues that will be discussed. But if they have certain interests in some of the issues, then I can understand. That doesn't make it proper necessarily, but I can understand that, oh, they don't want the board to make a decision at this stage on that issue and that issue. That's why they want the board to postpone. Or if there is something that they are working on for the board from outside. Again, you might not be able to comment, but I'm just giving you the benefit of what's going on in my mind as I hear this evidence about people outside of the board asking or instructing, because it looks like they were not asking that the meeting be postponed of the board and not caring to even give reasons. So it looks like they didn't think the board would say, well, we can't just postpone, we want reasons. We need to be satisfied that there are valid reasons for its postponement. It looks like they expected the board to just fall in line. If they say, please postpone, the board will just postpone without questioning. Because if otherwise, they expected that the board would want to know reasons. They would have given the reasons to the president would have told you the reasons when he spoke to you, or the minister would have given the acting DG reasons to say, tell the chairperson that these are the reasons. But looks like they didn't bother. They didn't think the board would insist on the reasons, yes. Rightly or wrongly. Okay, Mr. Selek.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Mr. Tsotsi, page 10 of your affidavit. if we may consider this a little further, because there you write in paragraph 11.4 of page 10, are you there, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, I'm there.
You say board meetings have different categories. There are the ordinary board meetings which are scheduled throughout the year. Could this meeting of the 26th of February have been one such meeting?
Yes, it was.
The draft schedule for these meetings is circulated to board members towards the end of the preceding year for their comment. Once dates are firmed up, the final schedule is signed off by the chairman and published in the formal meeting roster of the company. None of these meetings may be cancelled because each one is designed to deal with specific aspects of the business which have to be addressed at specific times. Examples would be shareholder compact, corporate plan, integrated report, auditing of financial statements, annual general meeting, MOIPD tariff, application, etc. These meetings can, however, be postponed on the understanding that they will be rescheduled. Postponement can either be canvassed among board members for good reason or may be effected by the chairman under plausible circumstances or may be requested by the minister. Now, I see that you use the word postponement in this paragraph. You see that? Yes. And this is not the same concept you use when you refer to the telephone call made by the former president to you. You said the request was for you to cancel the meeting.
Yes, essentially, what I was trying to convey there was that the meeting should not take place. But obviously, I knew at the time that the only thing that will happen is a postponement, because this is one of the ordinary board meetings which has a specific purpose at that time of year and has to take place. So I knew that this meeting needed to be rescheduled.
In your first term at the board of Eskom, had Minister Gigaba ever requested or instructed that a board meeting be postponed or cancelled?
No,
He had never done that.
not at all.
Had the former president, Mr. Zuma, called you or written to you to ask or instruct that a board meeting be postponed or cancelled during your first term?
No, sir,
It didn't happen.
not at all.
So this was a new thing
Yes.
when you got this call from the former president and when you got a call from the acting DG saying the minister effectively wanted the meeting postponed or cancelled.
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tso, so you were explaining that you, by your own understanding, when this request is made to you, you knew that the meeting would have to be postponed.
Correct.
But the request to you was that the meeting should not take place.
Yes.
Do you recall what was to be discussed at this meeting of the 26th of February, or at least some of the matters?
Yes, Chair. At that time of the year, we would have just dealt with the midterm results of the company.
The what?
The midterm financial results.
Yes.
And the auditors will be preparing the financial statements for the company.
Yes.
Because the financial year was about to end at the end of, in fact, at the end of the following month, of March. So the board would have to discuss the financial results, and which will be presented by the auditors. That's one of the key aspects. The other thing was what Mr. Matuna discussed yesterday. There was a process which we had started to engage the management to look at the strategic outlook for Eskom for the next several years, and that occurred between the time of the resignation of the previous chief executive and the incoming, namely Mr. Matuna. So he then arrived with some groundwork on that exercise having been done, and he then went on to work further on that exercise, and he was going to present that to the board. So that was to happen. So those are some of the more important issues. There could have been also a discussion planned for the tariff application. I'm not sure whether that year was the year for tariff application, but there could have been, if it did, it was, that issue would have had to have been talked about around that time as a continuation of what was determined in the previous year.
Out of the issues that were going to be discussed at that meeting, are there any issues that you thought the president and the minister may have a particular interest in?
And to be frank, Chairman, no, I don't think so.
Yes.
No.
As far as you are concerned, the board could have met and discussed those issues and made whatever decisions they wanted to make.
Yes.
Yeah. You could see no reason why the minister or the president wouldn't want the board to have its own meeting and discuss those issues.
Yes, to the extent that I felt the idea of postponing the meeting was rather strange and rather sinister.
Yeah. Mr. Slay?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tutsi, you say when was the financial year end for Eskom?
The financial year end would be at the 31st of March.
31 March.
Yes.
And you do, in your explanation to the chairperson, said one of the important issues to be discussed there in the meeting of the 26th of February were the financials.
Yes.
And indeed, your FD at the time agrees with you in that regard. If you turn to page 117 of the bundle before you. So the FD, that's Ms. Tsolofelo Molefe, who has submitted an affidavit to the Commission. Chairperson, that affidavit.
When you say FD, you mean financial director?
Correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
The financial director.
Yeah, the reader of the transcript might not know what you're talking about.
Correct, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Having met with so many Eskom officials using the initials, one is becoming accustomed to their language. The affidavit, Mr. Tuti, starts on page 109. Chairperson, we will have to mark it.
That's the affidavit of Ms. Tsolofelo Beatitude Leti Mulefe, is that right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay.
Let's,
Did you say we must go to page 117?
page 117 of that affidavit.
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi, are you there?
Yes.
Now, paragraph 21 and 22, and I read 21 just to give context to what she says in paragraph 22. So 21 says the Goboto forensics report highlighted that there was wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Machila in that he did not have the delegation of authority to commit the company for a contract of this size without following the company's governance process. The board then started to seek legal advice on the actions to take action against Machila, who by then had stepped down as interim CEO. And the new CEO, Mr. Tsidiso Matona, had taken office effective from 1 October 2014. As a result of this transgression by the interim CEO at the time, the auditors indicated that they would qualify their review opinion for the interim financial statements with an emphasis of matter paragraph regarding a reportable irregularity by an executive authority. Then paragraph 22. What was important about these financial statements was that we were preparing to go on a deal roadshow to raise an international bond. Therefore, it was very important that the board approve the financial statements. However, what happened on the day that the board was meant to sign the financial statements, which was a few days before the results announcement, Tsotsi called me to say that he's going to cancel the meeting, as he was receiving pressure from outside to cancel the meeting. Let me pause there. Do you have any recollection of what I've just read there in paragraph 22, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, I do recall that there was an intent to go on a roadshow, which was typical around that time.
Yes.
And I know that the FD was very keen to make sure that we make progress on the situation regarding statements. And I did speak to her.
Please raise your voice a little bit, Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes, I was saying, Chair, that I did speak to the FD. And I think, if I remember well, I was trying to assure her that we will find time to go back and have the statements presented to the board for the board's approval. But because of this intent to cancel this meeting, this is not going to happen on the 26th. And she says here that I told her that I was receiving pressure from outside. I probably said very specifically what had actually happened. And she maybe is not putting it the way I put it to her. I think she was being, I guess, modest in putting it this way. And I understand that. But at the end of the day, what happened was that the company secretary sent out a notification to all the board members, indicating the formality of the postponement of the meeting.
Just before that, won't you tell the chairperson what words you used?
Chair, I don't mean to be disparaging in any way, but I did tell Zulu that I felt that the president sounded like he was pressuring the board to take this decision.
You say you told her that the president sounded like he was under pressure.
He was pressurizing.
Pressurizing you?
Yes.
Okay.
In other words, in a kind of oblique way.
Yes.
That's the sort of conversation I had with her.
Yeah, okay.
That's where the idea of pressure came from.
Yes, okay.
But I'm sure I told her that I finally got, the contact from the deputy DG saying that the minister had asked that the meeting be postponed.
That is from the acting DG.
From the acting DG, yes.
Yeah. So, when the acting DG spoke to you and told you that the minister had not given reasons for the request, if it was a request, that the meeting be postponed, did you say to her whether you would have the meeting postponed or you would talk to the members of the board? It would depend what their attitude is, or what did you say to her?
No, I simply told the chair that in view of my understanding of the authority that the minister had, as I said previously, then we would go ahead and postpone the meeting.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I didn't get that last part of your answer to the chairperson. The minister has what?
I said in view of my understanding of the authority that was vested in the minister
Yes.
to be able to ask that meetings be postponed or cancelled, I acceded to that request by her.
Yes. And you did mention earlier, let me ask you this, where would that authority come from? Will we find it in a document investing such authority in the minister?
I think it's in the MOI of the company. I think so. I stand to be corrected.
Yes,
You say you think it is in?
The Memorandum of Incorporation of the company.
Yes, that the minister can request that meetings be postponed.
Yes, I think that's where it is
Yes.
stated. Chair.
Okay. But do you recall whether it's put as a request that she has power to request, or whether she can effectively instruct that they be postponed, or is that something you might not recall?
I don't recall precisely, but my inclination is to say it probably speaks of request. Yes.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know what the provision is. Maybe your junior could look for that in the meantime, or if you have got it, you can take it from there.
Yes, indeed, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, the Commission has been provided with a copy of the Memorandum of Incorporation of Eskom. It's in the smaller bundle.
Remember to raise your voice, Mr. Select.
It's in the smaller bundle, thank you, Chair, page 953. You found it, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
Well, let's look at this document. Is the Eskom Memorandum of Incorporation. Authorization date, can you see the block at the top of the page, is 12/9/2014. You see that? On page 953.
953.
953, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I've gone much beyond that, Mr. Slega.
Chairperson?
I say I've gone much beyond that.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm writing the document inside looking for anything about calling of meetings and postponements.
Oh,
So I've long found it.
should I? You haven't found it?
I've long found it.
Oh, you've long
Yeah.
found it.
So I'm busy trying to see where we'll.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. We will do exactly that, Chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi. I wanted you to look at the document, look at the index, the table of contents, just to refresh your memory that you are familiar with this document.
Yes.
And let's see the part dealing with meetings of directors. And you could assist us in that regard, but I'll go to the relevant paragraph for present purposes. If you turn to page 972,
Yes.
if you could, please. So we see the paragraph 12 deals with shareholders' meetings. Would you know offhand which paragraph will deal with the directors' meetings?
No. Well, directors is 13 at page 980.
Well, turn to page 980. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. I'm already at 982, chairperson of the board.
So you see paragraph 13 deals with directors.
And then page 985 deals with proceedings at meetings.
See that, Mr. Tsotsi?
985.
I was trying to look for a provision that talks about the calling of meetings and postponements, but there might not be specific provisions for postponements that would be incidental to the calling of a meeting.
Does it go to page 985? Page 985.
Yes.
See whether you can find anything there under paragraph 13.9 dealing with proceedings at meetings of directors. Well, let me say this to you, Mr. Tsotsi. I've gone through this, and maybe you can correct me. I've gone through this, and I couldn't find a provision that empowers the minister to call for the cancellation of a meeting.
Well, I can say that clause 13.9.1 at page 985 seems to give the power to adjourn meetings to the directors. It reads, the directors may meet for the dispatch of business, adjourn, and otherwise regulate their meetings as they think fit. That seems conclusive. That seems, it includes adjourning. Now, of course, if you adjourn a meeting, another date, it means you will discuss the business that you otherwise were going to discuss today to that date. You will discuss it on that date. Now, if you like, you can say we are cancelling today's meeting, but we will fix another date to meet and discuss the same business. So whether you use adjourn or cancel, if the cancellation is not on the basis that the business that was going to be discussed will never be discussed, if it's not on that basis, but on the basis that the meeting will discuss the same business on another date, you know, then it means the same as adjourn, you know. So, but here in clause 13.9.1, the Memorandum of Incorporation is clear that it gives the directors the power to meet, or the right to meet and dispatch business of their business, adjourn, and otherwise regulate their meetings. Regulate their meetings would certainly include cancel, adjourn, or whatever.
Yes.
So unless you are able to point to something else, it seems to me that the power, that the minister had no power to instruct that a meeting of the board be cancelled or postponed, nor did the president have that power.
Yes, it's evident that it is not explicitly stated here in the MOI, Chair.
Yes. You are not in a position to say you definitely had seen a provision that gave the minister that power, but you thought there was a provision along those lines, but you might now be realizing that no, it's not there.
Yes, I've always understood that there was such a provision.
Yes.
Whether it's in the Eskom internal documents,
Yes.
That could be the case.
Yes.
But I've always understood that that was a prerogative the minister had.
Yeah. Yes. I think what you should do in due course is check any other instruments that you think might have something. But I would have thought that the Memorandum of Incorporation would be the right instrument to have such a provision. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsutsi, may I also refer you to page 983, paragraph 13.7 of the same Memorandum of Incorporation. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
With the heading Powers of Directors. And it reads 13.7.1, the management and control of the company shall be vested in the board, which, in addition to the powers and authorities expressly conferred upon it by this MOI and the enabling legislation, may exercise all such powers, and I emphasize all such powers, and do all such acts and things as may be exercised or done by the company and are not, in terms of this MOI, or by the enabling legislation expressly directed or required to be exercised or done by the company in general meeting, or with the prior written consent of the shareholder. So that last part, and are not, in terms of this MOI or legislation, expressly directed or required to be exercised or done by the company in general meeting or with the prior written consent of the shareholder. It seems to me that if the shareholder interferes in your functions, for lack of a better word, or encroaches in your functions, it would have to be done in writing.
Yes,
You see that?
that's what it says, yes.
Otherwise, all the powers in terms of this provision to manage and control Eskom vested solely in the board. You see that?
Yes.
And that seems to suggest to me that the board would need to jealously guard against the usurpation of any of its control or powers by anybody. It has got to realize that we are in control of this entity. We have to make the decisions that have to be made, provided we act lawfully and exercising our best judgment for what is in the interests of the company. We should be left alone to run the company, the affairs of the company.
Yes.
You would feel, you would have the same sentiments of what it means for the board to be in control.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Slay?
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Well, on this occasion of the request, you didn't say anything in your affidavit about a request having been done in writing to you, prior written notice to you by the minister.
Yes.
There wasn't such.
No.
Now, this meeting that gets to be cancelled on the eve of the board having to deal with some of the important issues, as you say, one of them are your financials, because you are nearing the financial year end. How do you, and the financial director is also in your case about wanting the financials to be approved. How do you deal with that? As a chairman of the board.
Well, the right thing would be to find the earliest opportunity to do just that.
To find what?
To find the earliest opportunity, Chair.
Yes, yeah, look this side, I can't hear you, yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
I'm saying that the thing to do then, in that situation, is to find the next earliest opportunity to do what was meant to have been done at that particular meeting that got cancelled, bearing in mind the requirements, the timing, of particular decisions.
If possible, Mr. Selega, I would like us to wrap up on this meeting of the 26th and move on to
Thank you.
other matters, yeah. Yes. But Mr. Tsotsi, it appears to me that your evidence is in effect that you agreed to postpone the meeting without knowing what the reasons were. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you agree to postpone the meeting when you were not given reasons why it should be postponed?
Chair, like I indicated, it was my understanding at the time that the minister did have that authority, and that the minister would provide the reasons at some date, at some later date.
Yes.
just so the board can have an understanding of what was happening.
Yes. Did you then approach other members of the board and relate to them? Now I must just understand. Did you understand this to be a request from the minister, or did you understand it as an instruction?
I understood it to be a request from the
A
minister.
request, yeah, okay,
Yes.
all right. Which the board could say yes or no to, I take it, if it was a request.
And yes, the board could have said yes or no.
Yes. And so you approached members of the board and said, I've received a call from the acting DG who says the minister requests that we postpone this meeting. I've asked for reasons. The acting DG said the minister did not provide reasons, but I suggest that we postpone the meeting. Is that the sum total of what you said to the members of the board?
Not to the same degree of detail as yes, but in essence, that's what I said.
Yes, okay. And what was their response?
Chair,
Or the majority, the response of the majority?
the majority response was yes, I accept that the meeting should be postponed.
Yes, yes. Were there dissenting voices? Were there those who were not in favor?
I'm
Or you
be
can't
hard pressed to
remember?
remember if there were dissenting voices.
You can't
They
remember.
would probably have responded back to the company secretary.
Yes, yes. But the message you got ultimately was that the majority were agreeable.
Yes. What I did get, Chair, was that the next time the board sat, there were some board members who expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that that meeting was postponed
Postponed at
without
the
any
last
reasons
minute.
being given. Yes.
Yes, yes. Yes, continue, Mr. Slay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsutsi, let me just to wind up on this aspect. Read to you further what Ms. Molefe writes in her affidavit. Turn the page, please, to page 118, paragraph 23, which reads events leading to my suspension. She says, I was suspended on the 11th of March, 2015, alongside 3 other executives. Before we were suspended, the newly appointed board had held 2 meetings. The first meeting was on the 9th of March. The board that had been deliberating on matters that I have stated above were replaced.
I'm sorry, Mr. Slay.
Yes,
I'm
Chair.
terribly sorry to interrupt you. Maybe I did miss this. If you dealt with it. Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes.
Ms. Molefe, if she is talking about the meeting of the 26th here, and you must tell me, maybe she's talking about another meeting. She seems to be talking about her being opposed to the postponement of the meeting and canvassing the views of other board members, the board members going along with her recommendation, and the board members sitting to approve the financials. Is that another meeting? It's not the 26th. Mr. Slege, you might be able to tell me.
Yeah, let me assist Mr. Tsotsi. That's in the preceding paragraph. The chairperson is reading the preceding paragraph.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So that's another meeting, not the 26th.
No, it's not the 26th
Oh,
meeting.
God, 26th, that one, the majority at least agreed that it be postponed.
Yes.
It was postponed. Then at the next meeting, some members of the board expressed concern
Yes.
about the fact that it was postponed at the last minute.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, chairperson. Then back,
I interrupted you while you were dealing with something else. So,
not a problem.
Yeah.
That paragraph 23,
Yes.
the board that had been deliberating on the matters that I have stated above were replaced in and around June 2014 with the exception of Tsotsi and Mabude. The board meeting, well, I suppose June 2014, it's should be an error there, an obvious error.
I'm not so sure. What's the question?
She's saying the board that had been deliberating on the matters that I have stated above were replaced in or around June 2014, with the exception of Tsotsi and Mabude. So the previous board is replaced by the new board, but she says it's in or around June 2014.
Well, that may be right. She may be talking about the board the first board that you chaired.
Yes.
She may be talking about that board. And it was then replaced. She may be meaning it was replaced, that first board, in June 2014. Or that must be wrong because the next board was appointed in December, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So she might have got the month
Yes.
wrong. Okay. No.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, I think she must have gotten the dates wrong. Instead of June, it's December.
There was no gap between the new board and the old board.
No,
Was there an intervening period?
no.
Oh, okay. Then she carries on. The board meeting of the 26th of February, which was on the annual board calendar, had been cancelled. The importance of this cancellation meeting was to approve the business plan for the next cycle and recommend the funding plan and borrowing program to the shareholder for approval in terms of the PMFMA. Notice of a board meeting was sent to all board members by the company secretary via text message, SMS, on 8 March. But what I wanted to draw to your attention, and I'm not reading the balance of that, was what she conveys to have been the importance of the meeting of the 26th of February. Does that resonate with what you explained to the chairperson earlier were the important issues to be considered in this meeting?
Correct, yes.
Now, this is an important meeting. It gets cancelled, and you said earlier, then you would look for the next available date to discuss these important issues. Did you in fact do that?
Yes, we did.
And what was the next available date?
It was the 9th of March.
How was the
Well,
date of the 9th selected?
Okay, the meeting of it was not the 9th of March. I'm trying to be corrected, Chairman. I think it was the
cancelled
11th.
meeting was 26th February, was supposed to have been on the 26th of February.
Yes.
That one got cancelled.
It was the 11th, not the 9th. There were two meetings, one after the other. The one that is in fact referring to the issues that Ms. Mulifa is talking about would have been the 11th of March, not the 9th.
Oh.
Yes.
So, was that date of the 11th fixed by yourself as chairperson, or who fixed that date?
Yes, it was. It was fixed by me because it was a request once again to deal with the issues that were not dealt with as a result of the postponement
On the 26th.
of the 26th, yes.
Yes. Was the minister asked whether it would be fine with her if the meeting that was to have set on the 26th of February set on the 11th of March?
The minister was not consulted, Chair.
Was not asked?
No.
Yes, okay. So it was just your decision. The next meeting will sit on the 11th?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Slinger.
thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi You mentioned the meeting of the 9th. Whether it was a mistake in relation to a response to my question or not, but let me ask you about that. Ask you a question in relation to that. Was there a meeting on the 9th of March, 2015?
Yes, there was.
How did that meeting come about?
Chair, that meeting came about as a result of my visit to the residence of President Zuma on the, I think the 8th, 7th or the 8th.
Well, I guess let's go back. You tell me about that meeting or your visit to Mr. Zuma's residence so that we can follow the sequence properly. Is that fine, Mr. Selega?
That's absolutely perfect.
Maybe let's go back to his affidavit.
Yes.
Is that right? Let's see. In paragraph page 3 of your affidavit, paragraph 5, you deal with a relationship with the ministers. You do say that you seem to have had a good relationship with Minister Kigaba, is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Yes, and you had scheduled meetings with him, regular meetings.
Yes.
Yes, and then I seem to remember that you say somewhere that you struggled to have the same arrangement with Minister Brown to have regular meetings, to schedule regular meetings. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Yes, you tried, but you did not succeed to have that arrangement with her.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And then you talk about your relationship with the Guptas in paragraph 6 of your affidavit. If it's fine with them, with Mr. Selega, can you tell me about that relationship?
With Minister?
Yeah, with the Guptas. Okay. Or does that precede the meeting, or does it come after the meeting at Mr. Zuma's residence that I want you to tell me about?
No,
Mr.
the
Selega,
issues that I raised.
if you want to intervene, you please feel free. Yeah, okay, all right.
The issues that I'm raising, Chair, in relation to my relationship with the Guptas,
yeah,
are varied in that I simply point out where I've met them, where the interactions took place, and so on.
Yes. Do you want to quickly deal with that?
Yes, I can certainly do that.
Do that.
My first encounter with the Guptas, I seem to recall, was at the ANC January 8th statement, which took place in Nelspruit. I seem to recall it was 2014. Maybe I stand to be corrected. I'm not sure 100% that it was 2014, but
yes.
In any case, at that function, I happened to be seated. I was requested to sit at a table where the ANC's top 6 were seated together with 2 of the Gupta brothers, myself and the chairperson of the SABC, because we had provided some sponsorship to or some support to the
meeting,
to that function.
Yes.
And that's the first time I got introduced to 2 of the Gupta brothers, 2 of the older brothers.
Okay, let's just get that clear. This was the ANC January 8 rally.
It was a dinner.
It was a dinner.
Yes, a fundraising
which preceded
yes.
the January 8 rally.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the top 6 of the ANC were sitting at the main table, I guess,
Yes,
and you were invited to go and sit with them.
yes,
And you say there were 2 Gupta brothers who were also sitting at the main table with the top 6.
correct.
Do you remember which ones those are, those 2 Gupta brothers, or do you not remember?
Yes, I do. It was Ajay Gupta and Atul Gupta.
At all, yeah. Now, apart from the top 6, yourself and the 2 Gupta brothers, who else was sitting at the main table, if you are able to remember?
It was just us. There were 10 seats and there were 10 people.
So the main table consisted of the top 6 of the ANC, then 2 Gupta brothers, and then yourself,
And the chairperson of the SABC.
and the chairperson of the SABC.
Yeah.
Who was the chairperson of the SABC at the time?
It was Ms. Shabalala.
Ms. Shabalala.
Yes.
But do you know whether the SABC was also sponsoring the event? Or do you
I
not know?
think so, Chair, because she spoke briefly. She had some brief
Yes.
words during that function.
Yes, yes. Now, okay, so you took your seat in the main table, and then and what happened? Continue.
Well, we were introduced to one another because everybody had a name tag. So whoever you did not know, you introduced yourself to that person. So that represented the first time that I had a face-to-face encounter with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I want to divert a bit, but maybe you can answer this after the tea break. I know that it happens regularly, frequently, that state-owned entities sponsor events of the ANC. I want to know why it is proper for a state-owned entity to sponsor a political party's event. So now that you have said that Eskom was sponsoring or was one of the sponsors of that dinner, I want to know why it is proper that that should happen. But we'll take the break. You can tell me when we come back. Let's take the tea break. It's 11:15. We'll resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
So it was from the perspective of the TNA contract and the opportunity to expose Eskom as part of the programs that Eskom had, including the 49M program, that management asked me to attend and speak on behalf of Eskom at this function. And in fact, I addressed the function dealing with specific issues that were problematic at the time, particularly the load shedding issues. So, though it would appear as if this contract was targeting support for the ANC, the idea that we were advancing and my understanding of what management was wanting to do was to give Eskom the opportunity through my presentation at this meeting, at this dinner, and profile the company and give the opportunity for us to reach our customers through the media that was provided by the SABC.
You say this particular dinner of January, I guess it must have been January 7, I don't know.
Yes.
2014. You say Eskom got to participate through you in the dinner because of TNA, or it got to participate in its own right without TNA, the new age? Because you referred to the breakfast, and I think the breakfasts were connected with the new age.
What I understood at the time was that Eskom was, in fact, shall I say, carrying out the contractual relationship between itself and TNA. And this particular platform was one of those platforms that the TNA contract was addressing, where there is a forum where someone from Eskom is able to participate and give a profile of
This was an ANC dinner. That's one thing, sure, isn't it?
It was an ANC dinner, yes.
Yes. As I understand it, other TNA or TNA breakfasts, because that's my understanding. I may be wrong, but I never understood that those TNA arrangements that Eskom had, SABC had with TNA, they were dinners. I understood them to have been breakfasts. I may be wrong, but I don't remember hearing about dinners. I just heard about breakfasts. Now, you understood that in terms of the agreement between the New Age and Eskom, this was one of the forums, this was one of the functions which you needed to attend as Eskom.
Yes.
Yes. But do you know for sure whether that was actually so? Because as I say, I understood all the others to have been breakfasts. I may be wrong. As opposed to dinners, this was a dinner. And the other ones, if I recall correctly, at least those about which I've had evidence here, have never been ANC functions. They were basically Gupta functions, but business functions.
Chair, this might have been a breakfast itself. I might be wrong myself.
Well, I can simply say from my own general knowledge, I seem to have an understanding that it is usual for the ANC to have a dinner the evening before the January 8 statement or January 8 rally. So,
Yes.
so if you say it was a dinner, that seems to resonate with what I have been observing in the media over the years about the ANC.
Yes.
So it's likely to have been a dinner.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
So, Chair, I think if you view it from the perspective of how the TNA breakfasts themselves were being conducted, it would seem to me that this was a similar format because the people who were predominantly present in this particular function were not necessarily ANC members. In fact, there was a lot of business people who
Well, it would be ANC members and supporters, mainly. Yes. Yes.
So the idea then was, this was another forum where the TNA and 49M contract then had an opportunity to express itself in the same way that it was doing so at the breakfast meetings that you know we are aware of. So that was the essence of it.
But there would have been, excuse me, during your term, I take it there would have been other ANC functions that Eskom may have sponsored, which might not necessarily have been connected with the TNA, isn't it? Like what is called buying tables or functions or dinners or whatever.
I can't really
You
say
can't
for
remember.
sure, Chairman.
That's the only one you can remember.
That's the one that I clearly remember.
Yes. But even that, I can understand private companies because some of them may be wanting to have access to the executive, to ministers and so on, for good or bad reasons, for their business. But I can't understand why Eskom would do that because they are a state-owned entity. There is a minister that represents the government that they liaise with, and there is nothing they want from government other than lawful contributions, if any, for funding and so on and so on. So when it comes to a private company, I can understand somebody saying, I'm going to buy a table at that dinner because I want to meet the DGs, I want to meet the ministers, for whatever purpose. You have, as Eskom, access to the minister, all the time, to a minister who represents the government. You are a state-owned entity, so why do you want to spend money in order to be at that?
Chair,
at that dinner?
It wasn't about the networking with business in our case.
Yeah.
We were leveraging, the communication opportunity that we had with our customers via the SABC network to be able to put across whatever messages we wanted to put across because of the availability.
My difficulty for present purposes is doing it in a manner that quite clearly supports a political party. Did you ever do any such things in DA meetings, in UDM meetings, in Inkatha meetings, in Freedom Front meetings? Did you ever do any such? Did Eskom ever do that?
I don't know, Chair. I would not, I haven't heard of it. I hadn't heard of any.
It may be that there is justification that I just don't know, because it seems to be something that happens and nobody seems to make issue of, not just Eskom, I think other state-owned entities where they seem to spend money on political parties' functions like the ANC, but I don't think they do the same with any other political party.
Chair, I don't believe that there was any specific benefit to the ANC in this process. There certainly was not.
Well, of course, if you bought tables, you know, I'm using bought in the way that they are used, that term is used. If you bought tables, you made the function possible without the ANC spending its own money. As
Yes, I would like to.
Be wrong.
Yes, I don't recall that there was anybody other than me from Eskom who was present. But I don't know.
Was the function not on the basis of buying, so-called buying a table? I mean, from what one reads sometimes, these tables are bought for very large sums of money, which always gives me the impression that the food you are going to eat and everything you are going to is going to be much less than the money you pay. So the balance of the money goes to the ANC.
Yes. Yes, that is a common practice, yes.
Because as I recall, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, as I recall, even the ANC leaders, or some of them at least in the past, when they give out these invitations or talk about them, you as a company, and I'm talking now private sector, your benefit that you derive for paying such a large amount of money when it is said you are buying a table is that you are going to network with the ministers, with people, high-ranking officials of the party, of a political party, who happen to be also in government, who are ministers. That's, to me, that always sounds not right. Why should people spend money if they want to talk to a minister about something? Why shouldn't they ask for a meeting to meet with the minister and talk about without paying money? And this is not a minister acting as minister. This is now a minister acting as a leader in a political party.
Yes. From our perspective, Chairman, what we saw was a platform for us to reach our customers, which was on offer.
But why can't you reach your customers in another way without a political party?
We do, and we did.
Yes.
But on this occasion, I think the presence of the SABC was an advantage that we saw, because we would ordinarily be charged by the SABC for them to give us a platform. So there was that benefit that we recognized. But as I say, that was the thinking at the time.
Yeah, Mr. Selega, this was just a detour.
No, that's fine, Chair. Thank you. Yes, I thought I had left it to the end, but you brought it fast forward.
I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Well, it just shows we didn't exchange notes. And we are not exchanging notes.
No, not at all. Yes, well, Mr. Tsosi, this was indeed, as you write in that affidavit, a usual fundraising gala dinner. And this is for the ANC. You see that in paragraph 6.1.
Yes.
The ANC had its usual fundraising gala dinner. So the funds are being raised for none other but the ANC.
The point being, you as Eskom were helping the ANC raise funds.
That is not correct, Chair.
What is not correct?
I think the interpretation of what is written here is not correct. Let me correct it.
Yeah, what is the correct interpretation?
As I said, Eskom was not there for any purpose other than to exploit the platform that the SABC provided for us to reach our customers. That was the basis upon which I was asked to go and present at that function. As far as I'm aware, there was no table that the company had bought. I stand to be corrected. I did not know of any such, nor was I told that we had bought any tables. But what I knew was that we had this TNA contract, and the purpose of the contract was to be able to facilitate the use of and create an understanding in our customer base of the use of electricity through the 49M program.
No,
So
Mr. Tsotsi,
that
can't be. It can't be. What you are saying can't be true. You have to accept that such events are fundraising events for the ANC. Are you not going to accept the proposition?
it is a fundraising event for the ANC, that's true.
Now, the ANC is not going to allow you to come and sit at the main table with the top 6 as part of Eskom if you are not going to be helping them to raise funds. Why should they do that?
What is possible, Chair, what is possible is that the ANC could have received funding from the contractor, who were the TNA themselves. It could well be that the TNA could have contributed some money, as its own contribution. And then in the process, we then get involved as a partner of the TNA.
But
I'm not denying the fact that it could be that Eskom could have paid something.
Yes.
But I didn't go there with the intention of supporting
Well, I
a
don't
political
know
party.
about that, Mr. Tsotsi. It's a fundraising function of the ANC. It's publicly known to be such. You are brought in to sit at the table, at the main table, with the top 6 of the ANC. There are only, 3, 4 people who are not in the top 6 of the ANC. You are one of them. It just seems improbable that the ANC is going to allow you to sit there if you are not adding to the purpose of the function, which is raise funds. And probably if they allow you to sit there, it's because you have made a serious contribution to the purpose of the function. Others who may have made some smaller contributions are sitting right there at the back. You are right at the top. You must have, as Eskom, contributed significantly to the purpose of the function. What do you say to that?
What I say, Chairman, is that I'm not aware of that. I was never made aware of that.
Yes.
I was never told that there was such a contribution.
Yes. Okay.
And I think it's possible that this can be discovered, that in fact, did it happen or not?
Yes. Yes.
But my thinking at the time was that the likelihood would have been that the TNA themselves would have used the Eskom contract to contribute.
Well, I have a suspicion that if the Guptas used their own money, they wouldn't be wanting to let you benefit from their own contribution. They would want you to make your own contribution. They would be happy that they were at the main table themselves only, because the money that they got was their money out of the TNA, isn't it? It wasn't, once you had paid what you paid, it was their money. It wasn't Eskom's money anymore. Yeah, okay. Mr. Selege, if I have encroached on what you were planning to ask, I'm terribly sorry. It's just that some of these issues are quite important.
No, certainly, Chairperson. Not to be sorry at all. Chairperson, I think we should explore that aspect to its limits, and then we can go to where I wanted to go earlier. Mr. Tsotsi, Well, you write further there in paragraph 6.1, after you mentioned the tops, you said the top ANC top 6 and 2 other older Gupta brothers, the table had name tags. So those who did not know one another were able to introduce themselves. This was the first and the only encounter I had with these Gupta brothers. I never got to see or talk to them thereafter. Now this is January 2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be January 2014.
January 2014. The next paragraph, and I'm trying to understand that concluding statement in paragraph 6.1, vis-a-vis the next statement you make in 6.2. You say, I was requested by Mr. Tony Gupta to meet with him at their Saxon Ward residence on some 3 occasions, and once at their Sahara Computers offices in Metro End. Now my question is, was Mr. Tony Gupta one of the brothers you refer to in paragraph 6.1?
No, he said those two were Mr. Ajay Gupta and Mr. Atu Gupta. They are the 2 other brothers.
The 2 older brothers.
Tony Gupta is another one. So it seems that what he means is, on the occasion of that dinner, he met the 2, namely Atu Gupta and Ajay Gupta, but subsequently the person that he had interactions with was Tony Gupta.
I see. Thank you, Chairperson. You confirmed that, Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes.
So, okay, 6.2 refers to a different person, a different occasion.
Yes, a different person, yes.
Different person, different occasion. Having been requested as such, did you attend at their residence in Saxon Ward?
Yes.
And what gets to be discussed in a nutshell on this? I see you say some 3 occasions.
Yes.
Let's take the first occasion, then go to the second, and then go to the third.
Yeah.
Okay, the one occasion,
Sorry, can you recall when was that?
on this particular occasion, this was sometime in 2014. It could have been around sometime in the middle of the year.
2014.
2014, yes. Sometime in the middle of the year.
Okay, then you may proceed about what gets to be discussed in that meeting.
What transpired is that there was a request from one company that wanted to supply gas to the Eskom open cycle gas turbines, which are based in the Western Cape. And the idea would be, once Eskom has converted those units, which were now currently firing with diesel, into what they should be, gas firing, then the idea would be to bring in gas into the Western Cape, get a contract with Eskom for the 2 units to supply gas, and use that as an anchor tenant to then get into the Western Cape's business, gas business. Now, evidently, Tony Gupta heard that there was such an opportunity. And I said to him, look, I don't know anything about that.
Did he call you? Or you met? Or
yes, we're talking face to face. I met him at the Saxon World residence.
yes, did he call you to set up the meeting?
Yes.
And what was the venue of the meeting?
It was at Saxonwood.
or at their
residence.
place?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And you say that would have been around mid-year 2014?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, okay. So he asked you to come and see him for a meeting, and you came. So he talked about this issue.
Yes, he wanted to find out if we can assist him with facilitating a contract with Eskom
Yes.
so that they can supply gas to Eskom.
Yes.
So when I then found out what was happening, I reverted back to him and told
Well,
him,
before you found out, just tell about the discussion. You are at the meeting now.
yes.
He puts this request. Tell me the discussion, how the meetings, how you responded and how the meeting ended.
Okay. As I said, he asked for the assistance for the supply of gas to the OCGTs, like I said. And I said, look, I don't know anything about that. And he, in fact, is the one who said that there is an opportunity for that business. So I said, look, I'm not aware of that. I can find out from Eskom what is happening in that regard. And it was a very brief discussion, really, to say, look, I don't know anything about it. I can come and find out and get back to him. I subsequently then inquired at Eskom, and what I was told was that there was a company which had raised the same discussion at Eskom, and they were then directed to speak to the Department of Energy, because the way that process is done is through an MOU, which MOU is signed with, not with Eskom, but with the Department of Energy. Then I conveyed to him that that is the response that Eskom gave me. So it not only is it out of Eskom's hands, it is a matter that he would have to raise with the Department of Energy, let alone the fact that it looks as though someone had beaten them to that. So that was the one encounter which I had with him.
When you had to go back to him, was that by way of a telephone call? Or was there another
I think I
meeting?
called him, yes. I think I called him, Chairman. I don't
Yes.
recall going back to
Yes.
that. I think I just phoned him.
Yes. Was there any special reason why, when he wanted to meet with you, you agreed to go to his house or home, as opposed to him coming to you? He wanted a meeting with you. Why does he not come to you?
Chairman, I can't specifically say why I didn't ask him to come to my office. I don't recall that I'd asked him to come to my
Yes.
office.
Well, it's just strange that from the evidence I've had over the past 2 years, in terms of people who met with them, that mostly they got people to come to them rather than them going to people. General Nyanda gave evidence here and said that when they sent messages wanting a meeting with them, he insisted that they should do like everybody, come to his office. They must go through the normal processes and come and have a meeting in the department, and no meeting ever happened. It seems that they didn't want to do that, and he said, well, he was dropped from cabinet, but it looks like everybody just went to them whenever they wanted a meeting, nobody said, well, you want to have a meeting with me, you come to my office. So that's why I'm asking you whether there was any reason why you went to him rather than him coming to you.
Yes.
You can't remember any particular discussion around the issue of where the two of you should meet.
Well, Chair, there was no discussion in the sense that there was no debate as to whether he should come to my office or me go to his place.
Yes.
Because I knew that the tendency for them is to ask, I'd known that the tendency for them is to ask that the meetings be held at their place.
Yes. Well, Mr. Temba Masego gave evidence to the effect that he had a meeting with Mr. Ajay Gupta in the second half of 2010, and effectively, Mr. Ajay Gupta was saying something along the lines, we call the ministers. If they don't cooperate, then we report them to the president, and he deals with them. So I'm wondering whether this whole idea that whenever they need to meet with people, they don't go to those people's places. The other people must come to them. They must come to their home.
Chair, it was common knowledge amongst the government officials and people who had reason to interact with them that they certainly have the attention of the president and we're close enough to the president to threaten people with Baba, as they call him. They did the same to me at some point. So I suppose they felt that if they had that kind of leverage with the president, they could demand whatever they wanted to be done and that be done, or else there might be consequences, so to speak.
Yes.
That was common knowledge.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Selek.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, a follow-up question to that is given that he was making a business proposition to Eskom, why did he seek a meeting with you, a chairperson of the board, non-executive, and not anybody else in operations at Eskom?
Chair, I got a very distinct impression that this guy, specifically Tony Gupta, not only had no understanding of processes, but he had no appreciation, and I think couldn't really care less. All his interest is the person who he perceives to be in a position of authority and a position of power to deliver whatever it is that he wanted delivered, was the person he would focus on. And the processes of approaching the organization through the operational and correct channels, he was not interested in that. So it didn't surprise me, because he certainly had no regard for processes. Especially when we talk about the way they responded when, in fact, I was not able to assist them in specific instances.
Yes. Well, one has in mind, for instance, if you're talking about persons in authority, you have a CEO there. He's certainly one person in authority. He's the face of the company. So Why not him, but you? Did you ever ask yourself that question?
Well, I didn't really engage myself with that issue because I understood that they have this notion that they can operate with impunity at levels of government. And so engaging them in process-oriented discussion about who they should approach and who they should not approach was a useless exercise because they didn't believe in that, they didn't understand that, and they were not interested in dealing in that way. Of course, in my response to issues that for example, I'll give you another example just to deal with your question. Chair, there was a time when the same person, Tony Gupta, had wanted a particular individual to be employed by Eskom in a position in procurement. There was a position on the establishment list of Eskom of a chief procurement officer. And he wanted me to assist him to get, for that person to get that position in the company.
Yes. Round about when was this? Was it still 2014?
This is 2014, yes.
Yes. So there was a vacancy for the position of Chief Procurement Officer at Eskom.
So he thought.
So he thought, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, he didn't even refer to it as a vacancy. He said there is a position.
Yes.
And he wanted that position for his candidate.
Yes.
So when I discovered...
Was he talking to you in a meeting or what?
It was once again one of those visits I had at...
Okay, was that the second meeting?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And if you estimate around about which month in 2014 would that second meeting have taken place?
Whoa, this... I know that
sometime during the second half of the year.
Probably the second half of the year, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Even if you can't remember the date,
Yes.
that's fine. So this time, how did that meeting come about? Did he call you and arrange another meeting for you to come and see him?
Yes, Chairman, he called me to arrange another meeting to come and see
Yes, okay. Then you went there.
Yes.
And the meeting took place at Saxon World.
Yes.
And he said, there is this position, I would like you to facilitate the appointment of this person to that position.
That's correct.
Yes. Are you able to tell the person's name that he wanted to be appointed to that position?
I don't recall the name, but I know that he mentioned that the person was at the time working for MTN.
That person was working for MTN?
Yes.
Yes, okay. What was your response to this request?
I said to him, look, I know nothing about that. I mean, I'm not in operations, so I would have to ask the people in operations if they can assist you. And I said to him, ordinarily, there would be an advert for that position, and that your candidate would have to apply like everybody else. I thought he was essentially looking for, what shall I call it? Some sort of support at the process where the candidate is now, has applied and is being considered, is being evaluated. I thought that he was interested in that sort of support. Well, I discovered.
So what was his reaction to what you said, namely, I'd have to find out, but whether you can be assisted, but ordinarily there would have to have been an advert that went out and your candidate would have to apply like everybody. What was his reaction to that?
I don't remember specifically, Chairman.
Yes, yes.
But I was convinced that he was looking for me to pull strings for him, so to speak.
Yes.
But I suppose, not knowing what was actually the situation, he maybe didn't know what to say, because I said, look, I don't know the situation. I would have to find out what's going on.
So the meeting ended on the basis that you would find out about this position he was talking about and revert to him.
Yes, correct.
Yes, and then you went to find out.
Yes, and what I established was that not only was the position on the establishment list of the company, but the position was in fact not advertised.
But was it vacant?
It was not advertised.
It was vacant?
It was vacant, yes.
Oh, okay, but it had not been advertised.
It had not been advertised.
Yes, okay.
And that's what I told him. I said to him, look, the position not been advertised, and so there is no issue. You'd have to wait until the position gets advertised. I stand to be corrected here, Chairman, but I think I subsequently heard much later, after I'd left Eskom, that individual did in fact go and work for Eskom.
Or is that so?
That's what I understood.
Yes, yes. But you have no don't remember the particulars of his name and what position he ultimately occupied.
The position would have been Chief Commercial Officer.
Oh, from what you heard, he ultimately got that position.
That's what I ultimately heard, yes.
Yes. Well, it would be interesting to establish as a matter of certainty whether it is the same person that you had been told about by Mr. Gupta.
Yes.
And that is one. And two, whether he actually, it's true, he got this position that Mr. Gupta wanted him for. So I think if the legal team doesn't have that information, please, something must be done to just establish for sure what the position is. And I assume that you might not remember the name, but if you are told that it looks like that position was occupied, was filled by so-and-so, you might recall whether that was the name that you had been told, and whether that person came from MTN that would link up with your thinking.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Slay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tsotsi, writing in your
he was to tell us about the third meeting with Mr. Tony Gupta. He has told us, you have told us about two meetings. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Tell us about the third one.
Yes.
Chair, the third one has to do with the TNA contract. You recall, Chair, the last time I was here that we raised the issue of the irregular expenditure, which occurred at the instance of Colin Machila, who was at the time the acting chief executive at Eskom. This was now, I would say, around October. No, it was a little before October, just before Mr. Matuna came into the...
Yeah, Mr. Machila preceded Mr. Matona, I think.
That's right, yes. And on this occasion, I met him at his sectional office. I'm sorry, his Sahara offices.
At the Sahara offices?
Yes, I was on my way to a meeting in Pretoria. And...
so each time you met, you were the one to go to him?
Correct.
Okay.
Then at this meeting, he asked me what was the problem with the contract that Eskom had signed with them, the TNA. He hears that there is some problem to do with this contract. So I told him, I said, the contract has been entered into irregularly, and that there is an inquiry in fact, a forensic audit to establish precisely what had happened and how to remedy that situation. So he said to me, look, you are the boss, well, you can make this thing go away. And so once again, it reinforces the mindset that I spoke about earlier that they have in terms of the structure of the organization, how it works and processes and all of that stuff. So I told him that in response that, first of all, I'm not in operations, and secondly, even more importantly, this particular incident, the irregularity that has been picked up, of its own triggers a series of events which I would have no jurisdiction over. Such as you may be aware, the audit trail, and also the formality of reporting this incident, not only in the financials of the company, but also reporting it to the audit authorities. So in essence, I told him then that there's nothing I could do, or anybody else for that matter could do, to assist in this regard. This issue has got to take its course. And as I reported in the last time I was here, Chair, that for the first time I noticed that he was visibly angry, upset with my response. So that was one of the occasions.
You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, you've mentioned that they used the name Baba's enemies, the concept Baba's enemies. Let's look at paragraph 6.9 of your affidavit on page 6. You say that Tony Gupta made no secret of their intention to influence public servants to assist them with their business interests. He easily spoke disparagingly of those who did not want to assist them and branded them as Baba's enemies, a reference to President Jacob Zuma. I pause there, Mr. Tsotsi, to go back to my question to you, which is, why were you the person approached, being an executive chairman of this entity, Eskom? And you said it's because you think they perceived you as being a person in authority, in a position of authority. Correct?
Yes.
And you have explained that you had these meetings with Tony Gupta on 3 occasions at their residences, Saxonwold, and their offices at Sahara Computers. Why did you agree to going back the second time, the third time? Why didn't you rebuff them?
Chairman, this is an interesting question because you know, as I said earlier, that there was a well-known situation regarding them insofar as their relationship with the president. And there were, I've heard of instances where people were supposedly threatened by them if they were not able to at least give them whatever assistance they felt that they needed, and that they would report them to the president, whom they referred to as Ubaba. And they seem to have this authority about them. And I think it is, I suppose, something that if one looks at what influence they are capable of exerting, then it's clear to me that responding to their requests and their needs, whatever it is that they want to have done, is something that would cause them to feel that a lack of such a response would be, in a way, once again, disrespecting Ubaba. So, you know, one operated with the thought that you were at the behest of people who, if you are not able to assist them, you are in fact going against the wishes, if I may put it that way.
You are going against the wishes of
the president.
The president, okay.
Yes, because
yes.
of the.
Yes, if you do anything that displeases them, you would feel that you are displeasing the president.
Essentially, that's
Yes,
what.
yes.
So I felt that meeting them was not a critical issue. What was critical for me was whether I was in a position to subscribe to what it is that they wanted to do, and whether, in fact, it was within my purview or my authority to do so. That, to me, was really the critical issue.
Yeah. Well, I don't follow the reasoning, but is that how you thought about it at the time?
Yes.
Because in fact, you do have another meeting, according to you, on page 7 of the affidavit, paragraph 7.3. And again, on this occasion, as the chairperson has emphasized, it's not them coming to you, it's them calling you to themselves. And you write, if you go to page 7, please, paragraph 7.3, just to put context to that, it flows from your 2 preceding paragraphs, about which you say a day or 2 before the State of the Nation address of February 2015. 5 February 2015. That's in paragraph 7.1. You have an encounter with Minister Brown, which you tell about there. And paragraph 7.3, you say, on the same day, a day or 2 before the SONA State of the Nation address in Cape Town, Tony Gupta called and requested that we meet. He suggested that the meeting be at their residence in Constantia, to which I agreed. And this again goes back to my question, that you seem amenable to to complying with their requests. May I ask you this? Will it be a correct, rather, observation of your response given to the chairperson that you felt intimidated by them?
There is an element of intimidation, yes, that's true. There is an element of intimidation considering the fact that they have the relationship they had with the president.
I see.
What was the fear of what could happen to you if you displeased them and therefore displeased the president? Why did you have to fear anything about displeasing them? If you said, you want a meeting, come and see me in my office. And that's the one point. The second point is, maybe after the first meeting, you say, well, I met you at your venue the first time, now you come to me. Let's have a meeting in my office. What fear could you have had of what would happen to you if you said that and he didn't like that?
Chairman, I think it would be correct for me to think, considering what subsequently happened, to think that I would have incurred the displeasure of the president if I had, did not respond to them in the manner that I did. And I think what might have happened is that I might have either been reprimanded by the president or might have been asked to assist them when they want assistance.
Yeah.
Which I know had happened with, or supposedly had happened with one of the colleagues in government.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsutsi, let's see. Could the answer not lie in what you say Mr. Tony Gupta told you? Let's go back to that paragraph 7.3, which is the question the chairperson is asking. What did you fear would happen to you if you didn't comply? So you write there, he suggested that the meeting be at their residence in Constantia, to which I agreed. Then you go on. It turned out that the meeting was intended to tell me that I am not supportive of their business endeavors. He went on to say, Chairman, we are the ones who put you in this position, and we are the ones who can take you out. Could the answer to the chairperson's question to you not lie there? The fear of what could happen to you?
Well, that was partly one of the things that, rested in my mind, because I had heard of instances of people who supposedly, because they did not cooperate, if you like, with them, they seem to have had some difficulties. I mean, we heard of stories of members of the executive who suffered that fate, supposedly. And, people talk and the rumor mill goes around and they raise these issues. So they, in a way, they had themselves a reputation of being able to use their position to jeopardize people's positions in government, to the extent where people may have to be dismissed from their positions because they were reluctant to interact with them.
Yes. You do say in paragraph 7.4 You remarked there that what was ironical about this incident is that it occurred a mere few hours after my encounter with the minister, who for all intents and purposes said the same to me. What did she say to you?
Okay, okay, let me just preface that and say, Chair, this was about the time of the SONA in February of 2015. And I was in Cape Town attending this SONA. Could have been a day or two before then. And sometime in the late morning or towards the middle of the day, I got a phone call from Minister Brown, who asked me to come see her in her office, which I did. And when I got to her office, she was in fact preparing to go into Parliament for something or to another meeting. And I didn't get a chance to even sit down because we spoke and she was already about to leave.
This was at her house, at her office?
At her office.
Yeah, in Cape Town.
In Cape Town.
Yeah.
Then the minister then says to me, Chairman, the reason I'm calling you is because I've received complaints. I've received complaints about your conduct from the board members. I've also received complaints from executives. And the nature of the complaints is that you are interfering in management. So I was taken aback by this, and I didn't agree with the minister, nor did I fully understand what she was saying. And I responded to her by saying that insofar as board members are concerned, they hardly know me because they are new to the board. We haven't really had a meeting, and we hadn't had a first board meeting. So I thought it would be unreasonable for them to accuse me of interfering in management. And I said to her also, as far as management is concerned, from their standpoint, if trying to get them to be accountable to the board constitutes interference in management, then I will continue to interfere in management. That's my position. Then, when I said that, the minister then said to me, Chairman, I think there is no reason for you and I to have any meetings or any contact. So I will go on to do what I am going to do, and you just carry on doing what you are doing. So I said, that's fine, Minister, I will carry on doing what I was doing. So I got the impression that not only was she expressing an unhappiness with me, but also that she was basically writing me off. That's the impression I had.
This is January 2015.
Yes.
The new board at that stage had had its induction, or you can't remember?
Yes, the board had its induction.
But it had not had its first meeting.
Yes.
And would it be correct to say, therefore, that as at the time that the minister said she had received complaints from board members, that there wouldn't have been any grounds for the board members to have any complaints against you because you had not started working with them?
That was precisely my view, Chair, that there was no basis for them to have that attitude because I hadn't started working with them.
Yeah. In terms of the management of Eskom, would the CEO ordinarily communicate with the minister, or would he communicate with you and you would then communicate with the minister?
The way the communication was set up is the DG and the chief executive would be the ones who would communicate, and then I, as chairman, would communicate with the minister. That was the setup.
So it would ordinarily be out of order for the CEO to communicate directly with the minister on Eskom matters as opposed to communicating through you. Or is that not correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, there would have to be some exceptional situation for the CEO to communicate directly.
It would be under exceptional circumstances, that's correct.
Yes. Of course, if the CEO wanted to complain about you to the minister, one would understand not going through you. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. But as at that stage, the Eskom had a new CEO, that was Mr. Matona, who had started on the 1st of October.
Yes.
And if the position is that Mr. Matona had not conveyed to the minister any complaints about you, then if the minister got complaints from anybody else from management, that would be even stranger, because ordinarily anybody below the CEO, I imagine, has no business communicating directly with the minister. Because even the CEO has got to go through you, but we understand that if he has complaints about you that he wants to convey to the minister, that he might not go through you in that case.
Chair, as it turns out, at the time when the minister called me to come and see her, I was in fact with Mr. Matuna in a meeting of the portfolio committee.
Yes.
Members. We were having a sort of a workshop.
So you left that meeting to go and see the minister?
I left that meeting to go and see the minister.
And left him in the meeting, Mr. Matona?
That's correct. I then went back to that meeting.
Yes.
And of course, I seized the opportunity to ask Mr. Matuna what's going on.
Yeah.
And he knew nothing about that.
He had never complained to the minister?
He had never complained to the minister.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tuti, let's go to, I think what you were relating in regard to your encounter with the minister can be found in paragraph 7.1 of your affidavit, page 6.
Yes.
And you say you had a conversation. She has summoned you to her office. And the second sentence is, the substance of our conversation was as follows. Chairman, I have received complaints from management and board members that you are interfering in management. Please refrain from doing so, because if you do not, I shall have to find someone else to do your job.
Yes.
Is that what she told you?
That's precisely what she said to me. That's pretty much verbatim, Chair.
Yeah, so you have, you have the minister telling you that you might lose your job
Yes,
if you don't stop what was saying you must stop.
yes,
Then a few hours later, you have Mr. Tony Gupta saying they put you into this position, they can take you out.
correct.
And that's what you say you found very strange.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, just to go back, did you have any idea of what it is she might have been talking about that she referred to as interfering in management? I guess she meant in the management of the company or operational matters. Is there something that you had been dealing with the management that you could link this to?
Chairman, I will have to preface my response to you by saying that I don't have any concrete evidence that I can say that this is what happened. But deductively, I can piece together where this came from.
Do that, just piece it together.
Okay, the way I reason this is that
Switch on your mic is off. Yeah.
sorry. There is a time when I received a letter from a company called Sumitomo when I was chairman at Eskom.
A company called?
Sumitomo.
Yes, Sumitomo, yeah.
Sumitomo, yes. And this would have been around the beginning of Minister Brown's term, I think.
That would have been around second half of
June,
2014.
July, somewhere around there.
2014.
2014.
Yes.
And Sumitomo had they addressed the letter to me as chairman, requesting my assistance in dealing with a matter with Eskom, which they were at a point where they felt they're not making progress with Eskom in the matter. There is a matter to do with the construction of transformers.
The construction of?
Of transformers.
Or transformers,
Yes. This is a Japanese company.
Yes.
And as usual, when something like this happens,
Sumitomo wanted to get a job in relating to the construction of transformers.
What essentially was happening was that Eskom had asked Sumitomo to construct or to build transformers for them for a specific purpose, and that they would then give Sumitomo a permission to go ahead at a certain point. And this was not happening, apparently. So in the interactions with Eskom, Eskom was not able to come to an agreement with them about proceeding with the contract or proceeding with the construction of these transformers. Then when they wrote to me, they asked for my assistance in trying to resolve the issue that they had with Eskom. So as normal, I then spoke to the chief executive and I said, there's this letter from Somitomo, and the person
that was
who
Mr.
is-
Machila at that time,
It was,
the CEO.
it was,
Or was it Mr. Matona already?
I can't remember whether it was Brian Damas or it was Mr. Matuna.
Yes,
I
but
have to-
whoever was the CEO or acting CEO at the time.
Yes. Then I asked the legal people who were in my office. I told them this is what has transpired. I have asked the organization through the chief executive to give me a response. So I then had a conversation around that issue with engineer Machela Koko. And then it was him who was taking the responsibility to respond to this matter. Now, in the course of this whole program and the attempt to respond, there was some delay that was occurring, and I didn't understand what the delay was all about. Eventually, I received a response from Mr. Machela Koko, which response I then gave to the legal department and asked them, can I sign this letter? Would this letter not create a particular difficulty for the organization? If I signed it, they took it, they looked at it, and they said, no, Chairman, this letter doesn't commit or create a situation where Eskom would have difficulty with it.
This would have been your response to
Somitomo, yes.
Yeah, Sumatomo, yeah.
And then I responded, signed the letter, and the letter went off. Subsequent to that,
And the effect, the gist of your response was what in the letter?
the gist of my response was that if I recall well now, was that Eskom would, as reviewed the Somitomo situation, and would be getting in touch with them in terms of what the next steps will be, including the possibility of sending somebody there to go and see what is actually going on. Now, what then happened subsequent to that was that one of the individuals who was involved in this matter, and I got to understand this simply because of the incident that took place, was a man called Malisela Sikasimbi. He got suspended. He was suspended by his then boss, by the name of Machela, of course, for reasons which purportedly are that he irregularly assisted and drafted a letter for me to sign, which he should not have done. That was the essence of that.
Yes.
Now, this process took some time, and by the time this letter had gone off, I think by that time Mr. Matuna was in office.
Was the CEO.
Yes. So, I then subsequently heard that I was being blamed for this matter, and that I had a hand in it, and there was a complaint which was raised with the minister. Now, the minister did not specifically address this particular issue with me.
She didn't give you particulars as
No.
to which interference, what interference she was talking about.
No, she did not. So when I tried to piece everything together, because I had been told that this complaint was raised by Marcella with her. It is at this point when I realized that the possibility is that the source of this particular issue is Marcella. Go.
Yes, and there was no other transaction or matter in which you had interacted with the management where you could think the minister which the minister you thought was talking about in saying you had been interfering with management. This was the only one you could think of.
It's the only one I could think of, Chairman.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So as I say, that is my piecing of what
Yes.
could have transpired.
Of course, there is something a little strange with what the minister said to you, namely, she was objecting to you interfering in management.
Yes.
There is something strange about the fact that both she and Mr. Tony Gupta were effectively threatening you with dismissal if you didn't do what they wanted to do. And what is strange is that on the one hand, Tony Gupta effectively wanted you to interfere in management, in operations.
Yes.
But the minister was saying, I'm told you are interfering in management. And on the face of it, one would think she doesn't want interference, you interfering in management. Is that right?
Yes.
So the threat is the same, but the reason for the threats seem to be different, at least on the face of it, unless saying you mustn't interfere with management didn't mean what one would think it means.
Yes.
You understand what
Yes,
I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah, you appreciate it.
Yes, I do, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Selega.
Um,
I see we are 2 minutes to 1, but you might want
Let
to...
me canvass this point with Mr. Tutsi. Mr. Tutsi, the minister, or former minister, Len Brown, has provided the commission with an affidavit after being furnished with your affidavit. And she speaks specifically about this issue in a paragraph in her, or certain paragraphs in her affidavit. It's in your bundle, and that's on page, the paragraphs I want to refer to are on page 445.
Is that 445?
445, correction. You will see that
Yes.
the beginning of this affidavit is on page 434, and it's titled Supplementary Affidavit of Miss Lynette Brown. And if you go to page 445, starting at paragraph 100, she writes, the heading is, My exchange with Zola Tsotsi in his interference with management matters. Question 6 of Annexure Essay 2 reproduces, I think it should read, an extract attributed to Mr. Zola Tsotsi about a conversation I allegedly had with him. For ease of reference, I restate the passage. And she does, which is what we've read a day or two before the SONA of February 2015. So I will not read that passage, you've seen it from your affidavit. Then paragraph 101, she says, the only related conversation I remember having with Mr. Zola Tsotsi related to his interference with management or operational issues as opposed to directorate issues. In his oral testimony before the commission, he confirms this. Referring to me, he says, way up on the minister, well, in this instance, she was not happy about the fact that I was said to be interfering with management. Now, you will deal with that in your response, Mr. Tsotsi. 102, paragraph 102, there have been complaints about Mr. Zola Tsotsi, both from the executives and the directorate. What comes to mind in particular was that one of the executives came to see me in person complaining about Mr. Tsotsi's interference with the operational issues. Producing a letter allegedly penned by Mr. Tsotsi to a Japanese company about buying oil or some other fuel, I decided I had to intervene, she says. This is why I invited Mr. Tsotsi, reprimanded him, and directed him to refrain from interfering with management. As to the verbatim exchange, I cannot recall. I do recall that the meeting was tense. The exchange could have been intemperate. Now, I'm pointing you to this because you were saying she didn't give you the specifics in regard to the alleged interferences. Is it as a matter, your recollection, is it as a matter of fact that she didn't tell you any specific? Or could you have forgotten that she might have told you? This specific incident she's referring to here.
Chairman, I'm absolutely certain. She did not tell me the incident. But deep down, I knew what was going on.
Yes.
Because of what I described just now.
Yes.
And the irony of it is that the person who raised the complaint to her is the very author of that letter, which I then was cleared to send to Sumitomo. So I'm just baffled.
Yeah.
So last question before we take the adjournment. Who did you say was the author of the letter?
Ms. Machela Koko, who in his capacity as the executive for commercial and technology. He was at the time the executive for commercial and technology. It was in his area that this matter was fixed.
Listen, it might be an opportune time. I suppose we could finalize the point after the adjournment.
Yes, no, that's fine. We'll have to take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2:05.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
In regard to your meeting with her two or 3 days before the State of the Nation address in February 2015, I think we have exhausted that aspect insofar as it is relevant. Do you have anything to add to it?
To this,
Yeah, to that exchange or the minister's response to you.
Chair, I think that I stand very firmly by what I had said in terms of the engagement with the minister, though I see in her affidavit, she says that she cannot recall what the exchange was about. And I also must immediately correct what I see here in her statement on 102, where she says,
At paragraph 102, you
paragraph
say?
102, yes.
Yeah.
Where in the middle of the sentence says, complaining about Mr. Tsosi's interference with operational issues, producing a letter allegedly penned by Mr. Tsosi to a Japanese company about buying oil or some other fuel. Now, this has got nothing to do with buying oil or some other fuel. This has got to do with purchasing equipment for Eskom in the
Yes.
form of transformers.
Yes.
And so I
So,
think
she may have got confused.
that might have some other connotations in
Yeah.
other people's
Okay.
mind.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Yeah, you will see, I mean, for what it's worth, we could complete this. Paragraph 104, still on that page. The minister, former minister writes, I must also say that I did not have the best of relationships with Mr. Tsotsi. We did not really get on well with each other. I let known that I abhorred his excesses, in particular the fact that as an executive chairman who probably would have meetings 4 times a year, a staff complement of 11, and a full-time driver were unjustified excesses. I'm going to quickly read through. The relationship became even more rancid after he had resigned. In public platforms, especially in the media, he would tarnish my name. In the beginning, I would respond as the media houses and radio stations would ask for comments from me. In the end, it became an exhausting and emotionally draining exercise. So I let it go and stopped commenting in the media. Any comment on that, Mr. Tsotsi?
Let me go back to 104, Chair.
Yes.
And state very categorically that the minister is uninformed in respect of the staff complement in my office. I had one individual who I brought into my office as a senior general manager. I had a PA, and those are the only people who were directly reporting to me. I had the entire organization at my disposal. So I could have been accused of having the entire management at my behest. But the fact of the matter is, all those people had their own reporting lines, but I had access to them because I was chairman of the company. So I did not have 11 people. I had 2 people in my office. The rest of the people were people who were availed to me through the office of the chief executive, because that's who in the main, the people I dealt with reported to. And so whenever I needed something, the chief executive would make it easy, and at times I would simply contact them directly, and of course just later inform the chief executive what conversations I've had with these people. So this is not correct.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi.
I was not even an executive chairman for that matter.
I was about to ask that question.
The other one, Chair, and 105 in regard to the media, well, I think the less said about that, the better. Because I expressed my opinion in a media interview, and I would like to refer to that particular matter when we come to it, Chair, because we will come to it.
Yes.
Because
no,
it has a bearing on my removal from Eskom.
Okay.
Could just please make note of it, Mr.
Yes, I will certainly remember.
Yes. Now, we touched on this aspect this morning about the cancellation of the meeting of the 26th of February 2015, and that on your version it was on the minister's request, or at least that's how you conveyed it to the board. Correct?
Correct.
The minister has, or former minister, has touched on that in her affidavit, the very one in front of you. If you go to page 442, 442. For context, we could start at 441, at the bottom of page 441. On what page are you, Mr. Tsotsi?
I'm on page 441.
441.
Sorry. Yes, 441.
At the bottom of the page, paragraph 65.
Yes.
It reads, questions 8 and 9 of Annexure LBSA probe the cancellation of the Eskom board meeting that was scheduled for 26 February 2015. I share what I can remember about the cancellation. You turn the page.
Yes.
She says, I do recall having, 66. Above, I have discussed the country's load-shedding woes during late 2014. These woes spilled over to 2015, and I remember distinctly that we had load-shedding even on the day of the opening of Parliament in January that year. 67. I do recall having conversations with the then President Zuma, about the dire situation of load-shedding. He was concerned that the war room was not receiving accurate information, i.e. the executives were feeding the wrong or inaccurate to the war room. He was also distressed by the impact of load shedding on the country and the economy. We were facing a threat of downgrade because of Eskom's illiquidity problems. Then she goes on other matters, but paragraph 68, specifically dealing with what is contained in your affidavit in regard to the cancellation of the meeting. It says, I do not know why this meeting was cancelled. I remember that I got to know that it was no longer proceeding. I do not recall specifically having a conversation with the then President Zuma, about the cancellation of this meeting. It may have happened, I simply cannot recall. I cannot imagine that the then acting Director General of the DPE, that is Department of Public Enterprises, Ms. Matsietsi Mokolo, would misspeak about me having requested her to inform the chairperson, Mr. Zola Tsotsi, that the meeting must be cancelled. This may have happened. This meeting was rescheduled for and held on 11 March 2015. I would not know the process that was followed to reschedule this meeting to 11 March 2015. Eskom is better placed to explain that process. In the meeting, let me complete, paragraph 71. In the meeting, the board members asked me why the meeting was of 26 February 2015 cancelled. I in turn relayed the question to the chairman, Mr. Zola Tsotsi. He replied that he had sent a memo to me. I do not recall ever receiving such a memo. Do you have any comment, Mr. Tsotsi, briefly on that?
Yes. Chair, the assertion by Minister Brown on item 67, where she says she doesn't have a recollection of a conversation with then President Zuma, or was it 68, I'm sorry, about the cancellation of this meeting. I can't really speak for that. But what I'm certain about is that I was called by Ms. Matsitsi Mokolo, speaking on behalf of the minister. So I think...
And that was after the president himself had called you.
Yes, correct.
And said he had been looking for the minister and the deputy minister.
Yes.
And could not find them. That's why he was phoning you directly.
Correct, yes.
And he said that it was about, well, effectively, he talked about the meeting being postponed or cancelled.
Yes.
So both what the president said to you and what Ms. Koko, not Ms. Koko, the acting DG said to you seemed to connect.
Correct.
And the acting DG said it was the minister who sent her to call you.
That's correct.
Yes.
So I think the onus is on former Minister Brown to check up on the communication between herself and Ms. Mohoro. That's really all I can say in that regard. Then she mentions...
unless, of course, the president ended up speaking to the acting DG after speaking to you. And then, but the strange thing is that the acting DG didn't say it's the president who asked her. She said it's the minister.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. The other thing which I just want to make a comment about is this statement she makes about when she turned up at the meeting, of the board meeting when the board invited her.
Yes.
I guess we'll deal with that. The memo that I sent to her is in fact dealing with the whole question of formality, that I'd requested her to put it down in writing that she had in fact asked that the meeting should be postponed. That's what this memo was about. It reminds me actually now that I remember that's what I had written to her about. I'd asked her to formalize the postponement of the meeting.
I see.
This was specifically on the advice of my own team. That's what would be required to do. I suppose then that would be addressing what is in the MOU there.
Have you shared that memo with the investigation team?
Oh, I think they're lawyers, so they must have known. I mean, they look after this.
Sorry, I'm saying the Commission's investigation team.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't know what it is.
Oh, okay.
No, I would gladly share it, but I wouldn't know what it is.
I see.
Do you recall when, in relation to the 26th of February, you would have sent that memo to the minister? Would that have been soon after the 26th of February, or would that have been just before the meeting of just before the 11th of March, or would it have been after the meeting of the 11th of March?
Chairman, the possibility is that I would have been advised by my team to immediately
Yeah,
write to the minister,
yeah, okay,
to confirm that she had said I should
Yeah.
postpone the meeting.
okay.
So in all likelihood, it could have been on the very same day of the meeting,
Yeah.
that same Friday when the meeting was supposed to have taken place, or whatever day it was.
Yes. So that's the cancellation of the meeting of the 29th of February. And then you mentioned the meeting on the 9th of March. I would like you to tell the chairperson whether the meeting of the 9th of March, was it a normal scheduled board meeting or not?
Can I ask, are we back to my affidavit now, or shall we stay with this one?
We will be going back to your
Oh,
affidavit.
Chair, the meeting of the 9th has a particular history.
Yes.
And I would have to detail how the meeting came about.
Yeah, do so.
But before then, yes. The
was
chairperson
not-
say also.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah, if
The answer to
there's-
your question as to what
That's
the
right.
nature of the meeting.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If there is something you'd like him to deal with before he does so,
Yes, Chair.
you can ask him to do.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the answer to the question, what kind of meeting was it?
Whether it was a scheduled board meeting.
No, it was not a scheduled board meeting, most definitely,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay, tell us how it came about now.
Chairman, what happened was that on or about the 7th or so of March 2015, I received a phone call from Dudu Mieni. And Dudu Mieni said to me that the president, Jacob Zuma, requests an audience with me, and that audience is to be immediately at his residence in Durban. I recall very distinctly because I was due to travel out of the country for some invitation I had the very next day, and unfortunately I had to cancel those plans in order to attend this meeting. I would like to say right from the onset that I understood Dudu's communication with me as that of someone who has been sent to ask me to appear at the president's residence for an audience with the president. I then asked her, what is this about? She then declined to discuss it over the phone and said I would hear about it when I get there. Then it was fixed for, I think, the 8th. It was a Sunday. The 8th was a Sunday, I'm not sure.
Chairperson,
Must have been a Sunday.
if I may, for your convenience and the witness convenience, I have copies of the calendar for
Oh,
the
yes.
relevant month for 2015.
Yes.
I'll beg leave to hand them up, not as exhibits, but
Yeah.
simply to us facilitate
Yes.
the witness testimony.
When you received Mr. Dumieni's call, Mr. Tsotsi, at that stage on the 7th, there was no meeting of the board scheduled for the 9th, is that right?
No,
Okay, all right.
wasn't.
Yes.
Okay, so then I then made my way to Durban on the 8th and arrived at the presidency.
What time was the meeting scheduled for on the 8th?
It was for around, it was in the early afternoon, very early afternoon.
Yes.
Could have been around 1 o'clock or so. I arrived there and I found Miss Mieni there, together with a son, a young man named Talente.
Her son, Talente
Yes.
or something.
Yes, it was a son. And Nick, a gentleman named Nick Linnell. And we then were briefed by Dudu Mieni as to what the purpose of the meeting was.
When you arrived, were they there, or everybody that you have mentioned was already there? Mr. Nick Linnell?
To my recollection, Chairman,
Mieni.
I'm saying I found Nick there, but I see in his affidavit, he says that he found me there. So
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just wanted
Yeah.
to, yeah.
yes,
Anyway,
but certainly the other two were there when I arrived.
yes, okay,
Yes.
all right. So you met and the meeting started.
Yes. Well, she then made the statement to the effect that there is a concern about the performance of Eskom, the technical performance and the financial performance of the company, and that there needs to be an inquiry into these problems at Eskom. And further to that, that there are complaints from the war room that Eskom is not providing accurate information and data to the war room, that information is chopping and changing. And in the process, it is advisable that certain executives within the company be suspended in order for this inquiry to proceed unencumbered by their presence. I was hearing this for the very first time. I was just totally shocked. And I expressed my concern to her that.
And this was now after the meeting had started now, or was she just still briefing all of you ahead of the official start of the meeting?
The meeting had not started.
Had not
She
started.
was just briefing us ahead of the actual
Yes,
start of the
okay,
meeting.
okay.
So I was quite taken aback by this. And I protested about the idea of the suspension of executives. And that really was my center of my concern. The idea of an inquiry was not new to me, for the simple reason that I myself had at some point in the previous year mentioned it to some of my colleagues at the board. I didn't really discuss it as a board issue. But I think we were some breakaway somewhere, I can't remember, where we were sitting as board members in a social environment after the board meeting, where I was saying, you know, it could be something to think about, that we need perhaps an independent assessment of what's actually going on at Eskom. Just so we have, you know, the benefit of someone who is not involved in the business to tell us what it is that they think is happening. So it then says that I was not opposed to the inquiry, but I was taken aback by the way the whole thing came about. Okay, Nick made some statements, comments as well, to the effect that, if I can recall, Chairman, that in fact it is Dudu who mentioned that Nick had supported her at SAA, as she was then chairperson of SAA, and he is available to do the same thing for Eskom. So I was then at this point anxious that we should have this meeting with that we were called for, just so I can get a sense of really where are we, what's going on. We then went into the meeting. The president joined us as we sat there waiting for him. And then the meeting commenced. Again, Ms. Mieni introduced the subject. And the discussion was primarily led by her as to what are the issues that are causing the concern with the performance of Eskom. She seemed to have some knowledge of what was transpiring at the company at the time. Nick also came in terms of his experience, what he could offer in the situation. And I was concerned, and I raised the concern again, of the impact of having to take the drastic action of suspending the executives in a situation like this because you want them not to impede the process. Or at least that is the rationale. The president was not very engaging in the meeting. He asked a few things. I recall one of the things he asked, and hopefully Nick, when he comes here, will also be able to assist with the recall. What I do recall was that the president asked if I knew who the people were or are who are to be suspended. So I said, well, the names of the people were mentioned by Dudu Mieni. And she mentioned the names of 3 people. At that point, she mentioned the name of Siriso Matuna, who was Chief Executive of Eskom, was there yesterday. She mentioned the name of Dan Murakane, who was the executive responsible for what we call group capital, that is the new build program. And the name of Machela Koko, who, as I said, was the executive for technology and engineering, commercial and engineering, sorry, or commercial and technology it was called at the time. Then I then interceded at some point to say, I would rather that we explore some methodology within the HR system of Eskom of recusal rather than outright suspension, because suspensions have other consequences. and the perceptual issues about them, the reputational issues about them, and so on. So I was very concerned that in the light of no apparent wrongdoing, even at that point, on the part of the people whose names were mentioned, that there could be a reputational problem occurring. So the meeting concluded with the president saying that he would like me to go and test this proposal with the board as soon as possible, and that he would inform the minister about this matter. So that was really the sum total of the meeting that took place at the president's.
Well, just go back to when the president entered the meeting or came to the meeting. Now, I don't know whether it's what I read in your affidavit or whether it's what I read in Mr. Linnell's affidavit, but one of you seems to say, after I came into the room where the meeting was held, that he said something along the lines of, what are we meeting about, or something like that. And then it was Mr. Dumieni who then explained. Is that your recollection? Or
Chairman, that comes from me.
Because that gives the impression of somebody who didn't know what the meeting was about. And that's strange if he had asked Mr. Myeni to call you to the meeting. The meeting was being held in his residence. If it's like he doesn't know what the meeting's about.
Chairman, there is something that I observed in the way the president style of communication. It was not the first time that I had noticed this. I'd noticed this in some other occasion, I think when I was in his presence in a meeting. He normally goes through some pleasantries at the beginning. He's a very affable person, as you might know. And then, in this instance, for example, after that, he then asked, which,
yes, just say that in English as well.
Which says, what are we going to be talking about today?
I think I must have got it from your affidavit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I have observed is a manner of communication that the president engages in for whatever reason, I don't know. But it's a style issue, I think, that I've noticed with him. That it would be as though he does not know what it is that we're going to be discussing. And I would want to think that he would not accede to a meeting unless he knows what it is that's going to be talked about.
But in this case, according to Ms. Mieni's call to you, he was the one who was inviting you to come and see him.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Now for the rest of the discussions, apart from saying what are we going to talk about today at the beginning, and then that was explained by Mr. Dumieni. Apart from that, up to the end of the meeting, what was his contribution to the discussion as far as you are able to remember?
As far as I can recall, Chair, as I said, he did ask, certainly if I know who the people are, and as I said, towards the end of the meeting, he intimated that he would inform the minister.
Yes.
And he would request that I go and deal with this matter or test the board's interest in doing this exercise. I don't recall very much, it's been such a long time, I don't recall very much else of what he said. I'm hoping that Nick's affidavit, or when he comes to present, he'll be able to assist.
Who was chairing this meeting? Or was there no chairperson? No, nobody was chairing it.
I would say it was not really a meeting with an obvious chairperson, you know. The president came in and he sat down and he did more listening than anything else.
Yes.
And Dudu spoke most of the time.
Most of the time.
Yes.
Yes.
So I can't really say there was a specific person chairing the meeting.
Yes. Would there be a basis, in your view, for somebody to say it was like Ms. Mieni? This idea of an inquiry was Ms. Mieni's idea in terms of the discussion of the people who were in the meeting, or did it seem like it was from the president, was his idea? Because obviously, Mr. Mieni knew before the meeting, before you came, that the idea was that there should be an inquiry.
Yes.
And the idea was that there should be executives to be suspended. So she either had that idea in her own mind, or she must have discussed the idea with somebody, and maybe with the president, because otherwise, how would she call you and say the president wants you to come to a meeting to discuss these matters if she had not discussed them with the president?
Chairman, first of all, I am inclined to think, and I don't know what Nick's view is there, maybe, that the president must have been privy to this before.
Yes, yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind, really, that he must have been. It's unlikely that he would sit in such a meeting not having been privy to this.
Yeah, and this idea that he didn't know what the meeting was about is not reconcilable with what Mr. Dumieni told you on the phone.
No, certainly not.
Yeah.
And also, I think from Ms. Mieni's perspective, I was very surprised that she knew so much about what is happening at Eskom, and that making such a radical proposition is something that she could have come up with. I don't believe that it originated with her. Definitely, I don't believe so.
Prior to Mr. Dumieni giving you a call about this meeting, had you had any interactions with her in your capacity as chairperson of the Eskom board?
With Ms. Mieni? No. Well, let me put it this way. The only interactions we had were the exercises that were organized by the previous minister, Minister Kigaba, where once every sort of quarter or so, he would call all the heads of the chairpersons and the chief executives of the parastatals under his purview. That's the only really interaction we've had.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no, we didn't normally have any real interaction.
Yes. Mr. Saleh?
Thank you, Chairperson.
So that's about the meeting at the president's residence.
Yes.
And you said the meeting was concluded on the basis that the president asked you to test this proposal of an inquiry with your board.
Correct.
As well as the idea of the suspension of the executives?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's, and then he said he would inform the minister.
Correct.
That's how the meeting ended.
Yes.
Okay, take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, what do you then do with what is asked of you by the president?
When we left, I had a conversation. When we got out of the meeting, I had a conversation. Well, I must indicate also something else, which it does come to mind now. Nick, amongst the things he was saying in the meeting was that he has the experience of having worked, assisted SAA, and that he would be ready to put together a motivation for the inquiry, and that it will also contain, he will also do a resolution for the board to resolve to carry out this inquiry. So I then said, look, I will try the best I can to see if we can have a meeting as early as the following day, literally, which was Monday, the 9th. And when I got back, Nick had prepared these two documents I'm talking about. And I then communicated with the company secretary to say, look, I'd like to invite board members to what would be a special meeting of the board to deal with this matter. And then he then circulated the invitation to the different board members for the meeting the following day. So that's how the meeting of the 9th came about.
What was so urgent about these two proposals that this could not wait for the meeting of the 11th, which had already been fixed?
Actually, Chair, I had thought of using that meeting of the 11th, but then I realized that it would be good to at least get the board, because my intention was, when I left the meeting in Durban, was to make certain that the minister's views are heard on this matter, because this is something that will impact on the shareholder. So I wanted to test to make sure that the board is on board with this, so we can get the shareholder to come and address the board as soon as possible, and possibly on that meeting of the 11th. So I thought, let me fast track and let's meet on the 9th to get to sound the board out and then find out if we can get the minister to come on the 11th.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, a couple of things arises from what you're saying, because what we understood from Mr. Matuna yesterday was that the meeting on the 9th with the one agenda item was actually short-lived because board members expressed displeasure with what had been proposed to them, which is largely different from, and maybe you can correct, you having the intention to arrange that meeting in order to prepare for the meeting of the 11th. What will be your explanation to the chairperson?
Chair, I think the evidence leader is a bit ahead of me there.
Okay.
Okay, we can go back, step back. Yeah.
Remember that on the 8th, this was now the Sunday, that is the day that we circulated the document and the invitation to this board meeting on the 9th, which is the Monday. Now, what Mr. Matuna was talking about was what he observed had transpired in the meeting itself. Now, I have not addressed personally what I saw in the meeting, what actually transpired from my perspective, which is what I'm doing now, to say board members came for that meeting. And they were not, well, let me just say the overall impression board members had was that they're being asked to do something that is very big and very, shall I say,
That could have far-reaching consequences.
might have far-reaching consequences, without really having adequate time to think about it and investigate it. And equally importantly for them, that they need to have the shareholders' views on this matter. Now, I was very sympathetic, Chair, in respect of those views, and I was one of the people who did say that when I thought about this after I'd been to that meeting in Durban, I was of the view that the first port of call should be a meeting with the shareholder to share this, because this is something that was important for consideration even by the shareholder. So, yes, indeed, there was a lot of discomfort about making any kind of decision on this matter. And I accepted that because I thought that was the right thing to do, so that people have more clarity and a greater feel for what this may entail, given the fact that they only heard about it that very morning. So that's then what happened. Hence, the meeting of the 9th was a short-lived meeting, as Mr. Matuna said, and I agree with him entirely that that was the sentiment.
I want to just go back to the meeting of the 8th. Did you at any stage query Ms. Mieni's involvement in Eskom affairs?
Chairman, this is a question which I did not address at that meeting itself. But it's something that preoccupied me for some time, to the extent that I actually decided to call her, to ask her, well, actually, what's going on? Where is this coming from? How do you come into this picture? What's the deal? And Dudu did not avail herself for us to talk about this. So I just said to myself, well, I take the view that even though she was the messenger in this instance, it's still material as to how it is, because she did not conduct herself as a messenger in the actual meeting itself. Though at the time, she purportedly was speaking on behalf of the president to say we should come for a meeting. Her conduct in the meeting was of someone who had more of an involvement.
I mean, based on what you have said in terms of the discussion at that meeting of the 8th, it seems to me that if it could be said that the initiator of the idea of an inquiry and the suspension of the executives was in that meeting, it seems that one would say it was Ms. Mieni, but maybe she was not. But because the president comes there and says, what are we talking about? Yes. And she is briefed by Ms. Mieni.
Yes.
She's the one who called you the previous day. Yes. She's the one who briefs you when you arrive. And she's the one who does most of the talking throughout the meeting, from what you have told me.
Yes. That logical sequence does make a lot of sense, Chair.
Yes, yes.
I mean, there's a lot of credence in what you're saying, because just analyzing it that way,
yes,
leads one to the conclusion that she is the architect of this.
Yes.
Though
yes.
I still do not believe that she is, in my own...
Well, it might be somebody outside the meeting. It might have been somebody who was not in that meeting.
Yes.
That's one possibility. Another is that the initiator was inside that meeting and that she was the initiator. Another theory might be it was the president. Of course, it would just be strange that if he initiated the idea and he called the meeting, that he should come to the meeting and say, what are we talking about? What is this meeting about? You
Yes.
know? So, yeah, okay. Okay.
No, I'm with you there.
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, you related that meeting in your affidavit on page 12 and page 13 of the affidavit. I could refer you to the paragraph for the purposes of the wording that the DCJ, the chairperson is postulating there. Page 13,
Page 13, yes?
13, paragraph 12.8.
Yes.
You can read that first line.
After some pleasantries, the president inquired what was up for discussion, which is what I translated in from Zulu. Whereupon Ms. Miri began by saying that the performance of Eskom financially and technically is deteriorating to the extent that there is a serious concern that the company could fail to meet its obligations to supply electricity to the nation.
Yes. So, may I just stop you there? Is that inquiry by the president, you say it is an inquiry, what was up for discussion? In your assessment of his further engagement in the meeting, I know you tried to explain that is his mannerism. Is that a rhetorical question, or is that a question to find information?
My assessment is it's not a rhetorical question. The president knew what the discussion was about.
So rhetorical it's not a question that requires an answer. I know what the answer is.
From that perspective, yes. I hear you. Okay.
You hear what?
Yes.
Well, why would he ask a rhetorical question at the start of that meeting? Why would he ask a rhetorical question?
Chair,
He's asking, what is the meeting about, or what are we going to be discussing? Now, that's anybody who asks that question at the beginning of meeting wants to know what the agenda is, or what the issues are.
Chair, that is why I was saying that I do not believe that the president did not know what was to be discussed.
Yes, well, that's one thing,
Yes.
whether you believe him or not. But certainly, I would think that he wants those who hear his question to tell him what the meeting is about. Because otherwise, why is he asking, what are we going to be talking about here?
I can't say. I can't really say, Chair, because as I said, that is the way I've observed his manner of dealing with situations.
You can't have a situation where a meeting takes place in your residence. Obviously, this meeting takes place with your blessing. It involves people who don't live in your residence. They come to your residence. So before you gave a blessing, you must know what the meeting is about. Either you called the meeting, or if somebody made a request, they made the request to you and you approved. And you would have wanted to find out, why do you want a meeting in my place, in my residence? And you would have been told, and you must have been satisfied that whatever needed to be discussed was something that justified having the meeting in your residence at the time that it's fixed for.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. If I put myself in the president's shoes, maybe if you came along and asked me, did I know about what's to be discussed? I turn around and say, well, I asked what the discussion was about. So I did not know. I don't know, I'm just playing it back in my mind to say, maybe that could be the approach. I don't know.
Well, maybe you should have responded and said, but Mr. President, Ms. Miani told me that you wanted to see me. So I expect that you know what you wanted to talk to me about.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, Mr. Select.
Thank you. Mr. Tsotsi, given what we've read from the Memorandum of Incorporation this morning and what you would have known about the position of the board, that the management and control of the company vests in the board, how did you find the president's instruction to you to go test this with the board? That there should be an inquiry, that three executives should be suspended. How did that sit with you?
Chair, I was, as I said, very uncomfortable with the idea of suspending the executives. And secondly, I felt that it's one thing for me to listen to what the president has to say in this regard, but it's another for me to exercise my fiduciary duty as a board, as a director of the company. And that's exactly what I elected to do. I decided that this matter has got to pass the test of reason by the board. And if the board had decided flat out that we're not going to have anything to do with this, that's the end of the story, that would have been the end of the story. Because that's where my fiduciary duties are reside. Irrespective of what someone else, including the president, might have asked to be done.
I'm sorry, Mr. Slater and Mr. Tsotsi, that I'm kind of taking you back to this meeting on 8th. Actually, in your affidavit, Mr. Tsotsi, paragraph 12.10, well, 12.9, you say Ms. Miani said, pointed to discussions that she said were going on in the war room on the company's poor performance, and said that even the war room was very dissatisfied with the company's performance. At that time, you obviously knew what the war room was.
Yes.
Did you know the people who were involved in the war room?
From our executive, yes.
Yes, and other people other than from the executives?
Yes, I did, most of them.
Did you know whether Ms. Dudumian was one of the people who were part of the war room?
No, not at all.
She was not?
No.
But you see, she seems to, from what you say here, she seems to know what discussions were going on in the war room. That's what you say she said at the meeting. 12.9, she pointed to the discussion that are going on in the war room on the company's poor performance, saying that even the war room is very dissatisfied with its performance. Then 12.10, she then arrived at the conclusion that there needs to be an external inquiry into the performance of the company. That line suggests that the idea of an inquiry came from her in terms of what she said at the meeting. Am I right?
Certainly, she
Am I
espoused
right?
the idea.
Yeah, am I right to say what you say here means that what you heard from her is that she's the one who concluded that there should be an external inquiry?
She drew that conclusion, yes.
Yes, yes. So that looks like she initiated this idea of an inquiry that she was now presenting at the meeting on the 8th. Am I right?
Yes, she presented the idea. I'm not exactly certain whether she, well, maybe I don't understand quite your interpretation of initiating.
Let me assist you.
Yes.
And again, it's what you have written here, and you must tell me if I'm misunderstanding what you say here. You are relating here what Ms. Mieni said at the meeting on the 8th, okay?
Yes.
You say, after the president had inquired what was up for discussion, Ms. Mieni began by saying that the performance of Eskom financially and technically was deteriorating to the extent that there was a serious concern that the company could fail to meet its obligations to supply electricity to the nation. 12.9, you then continue and say, she pointed to the discussions that were going on in the war room on the company's poor performance, saying that even the war room was dissatisfied with the company's performance. 12.10, you then say, she then arrived at the conclusion that there needs to be an external inquiry into the performance of the company. She then proposed that 3 executives be suspended to make sure they do not impede this inquiry. So I'm saying that what you are telling the reader of your affidavit is that she said, I looked at the discussions that were going on in the war room. I looked at the dissatisfaction of the war room with the performance of the company. And I concluded what is needed is an external inquiry. So if that is what she said, I am saying she presented to the meeting the idea of an external inquiry as her idea.
I hear you, Chair.
If what you say is correct, that's how I interpret it. Is that the same how you understood the position, or that's not
My
necessary?
interpretation, Chair, is the following. Whilst Ms. Mieni is not the architect of this idea,
Yes.
she is now the exponent of the idea.
Yeah, of the idea.
And she is communicating the idea which has been given
Yeah, to her.
to her.
Yes.
So from that perspective,
Yes.
she can be seen to be the person initiating
Yes, yes, yes.
the process. After all, we haven't heard from
Yes.
the original architects of
Yes.
this, in my view.
Yes. Of course, from the paragraphs that I've read, and you might be dealing with that elsewhere, you haven't said anything about anybody except what she is telling you
Yes.
at this meeting. Okay, no, I just wanted to go back to that point because earlier on I talked about who the initiator was, and
Yes.
then I picked this up. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, quickly still on that meeting, and you have seen Mr. Nick Linnell's affidavit, which you have referred to earlier. It's also contained in your bundle. It's on the relevant pages I want to refer you to. It's on the first bundle, the bigger one, page 148 and 149.
Okay.
Now, as you turn there, because Mr. Linnell places another person in that meeting, one called Jabu, and he further explains later Mashwangani. Chair, from paragraph 14. Could you tell the chairperson whether you have any recollection of that person, because I didn't hear you mention him?
Mr. Chair, I saw this, and I've been racking my brain as to why it is that I don't recall that Jabu was at this meeting, because I know Jabu. I would have known if I walked in here, obviously I'd know him. But for some reason...
Which Jabu are they talking about, do you know?
Maswangani.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know him, and...
Yes, I know him, yes.
And he was not in the meeting? Or you are not sure?
Chair,
Well, if you know him, you would be sure.
I don't recall seeing him in the meeting. For some strange reason, I just don't recall. When I saw this from Nick's affidavit, I was taken aback, and I would certainly have noticed him. I don't recall. I don't even know whether he had anything to say, according to Nick. I don't know. I've not scrutinized the affidavit just now, but I don't recall that he was actually in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you look at paragraph, on page 149, paragraph 15.
Yes.
So Mr. Linnell writes, I attended a meeting in Durban on Sunday, 8 March 2015. So I presume that's the meeting you were referring to in the presidency.
Yes, that's it.
When I arrived at the presidency, Mr. Tsotsi and Ms. Dudu Miene were there. In attendance was also Ms. Miene's son and another person introduced as Jabu. At that time, I knew nothing about Jabu's role at large. While Ms. Miene's son played no active role in the meeting, Jabu provided information about the state of Eskom, including allegations of wrongdoing and reasons for business failure, some of which was in the public domain. But he goes on to say, to the best of my recollection, Jabu had a number of documents that dealt with alleged events at Eskom. These were largely from unidentified sources and unverified content. These were things that an investigation would identify and were background in context. But in part, some of the allegations did provide some value in scoping an approach to the investigation. So he seems not to have been a passive person in that meeting.
Quite. Chair, looking at this, it just mystifies me that I don't remember his involvement in the meeting. You know, there could have been a situation where he was not in the meeting with the president. He might have been in the meeting we had with Dudu at the briefing meeting outside. So I don't know which of these two meetings Nick is referring to.
But you would remember that, that as well.
That I don't remember either.
If you saw him at the president's residence that day, whether at the pre-meeting briefing or at the meeting, you would remember that.
I would remember, yes.
If it is somebody that you know quite well.
Yes. That's what vexes me. I just don't understand why. I don't, especially if he happened to have documents from Eskom. I mean, I would have been very curious to find out how he got hold of them. But certainly, I just don't remember.
Yeah. Anyway, then the following paragraphs, Mr. Linnell gives certain details about how he came to know that the gentleman called Jabu was Jabu Mabuza, yes. Paragraph 18, and he specifies it there in paragraph 18.2. Then he goes on to paragraph 19 to say that the group at the meeting, referred to above, discussed their intended inquiry, how it would take place, and what it would seek to achieve. After a period, we I suppose, we joined the president, sorry. After a period, we joined the president. The president was clearly familiar with the purpose of the meeting, and we provided a summary of what was proposed, arising from the earlier discussions referred to above. This included a number of key principles, and then he sets them out. You see that?
Yes.
Well, how do you reconcile that statement that Mr. Nick Linnell says the president was clearly familiar? You say the president entered and inquired what was up for discussion.
Chair, there's no reconciliation. I said the same thing, that I'm certain that the president knew what was to be discussed.
I see.
But,
Well, what you say the president said, namely what was up for discussion, is not indicative of somebody who knew what the meeting was about. That, of course, might not mean that he did not know. It just depends what explanation he would give for making a statement that suggested he did not know what the meeting was about. If indeed he were to say, no, I knew what the meeting was about, and still admit that he made a statement, then maybe there would be an explanation. But you say your belief was that he knew what the meeting was about. Is that
Yes,
right?
Chair.
Yeah.
that's my belief.
But he made this statement or put this question which suggested that he didn't know what the meeting was about, which was strange.
Correct.
Yes. Well, I see that Mr. Linnell, in the affidavit, Mr. Linnell actually indicates that Ms. Mieni was at the presidency in Pretoria on the 6th. So, and that's where they met. Well, Mr. Linnell, it seems, was invited by Ms. Mieni to come to the presidency on the 6th, and he traveled to Pretoria. And he was called by Ms. Mieni, and they had a prior working relationship at SAA. He says on paragraph 5, I was contacted on the 6th March 2015 by Ms. Mieni and asked to travel the same day to Pretoria to attend an urgent meeting with the president. That is at page 148. Yeah, and then he says on paragraph 6, at that time I was well known to Ms. Mieni, who had been a client of mine from time to time over a number of years on various projects in her representative capacity. At this time I was engaged in a major project. Paragraph 7, on arrival at the presidency sometime after midday, that is on the 6th, I met with Ms. Mieni. No one else attended the meeting. Paragraph 8, while the SAA matter might also have been discussed in the context of this deposition, Ms. Mieni informed me that the president was concerned about the state of Eskom and wanted an in-depth investigation into its affairs. She had recommended to the president that I would be suitable for that role. 9, Ms. Mieni proceeded to brief me on the background for an inquiry. Included in this discussion was a reference to some documentation that Ms. Mieni had. The president did not join that meeting, as I understood. He was unexpectedly otherwise engaged. 11, to the best of my recollection, it was then agreed that I would need to travel to Durban on Sunday, the 8th March, to meet with the president to complete this briefing. and mandate. So Mr. Dumieni was, according to this, at the presidency in Pretoria on the 6th, and was concerned with Eskom matters, calling Mr. Linnell to come to Pretoria for a meeting with the president same day. So it means saying, leave now, come and be here this afternoon or something like that. And in connection with Eskom matters, then there was some discussion. If Mr. Linnell's evidence is correct, there had been prior discussion between Ms. Mieni and the president about Eskom matters, where the president had expressed some unhappiness about certain matters relating to Eskom. So it's strange that if the president has issues, he is discussing them with the chairperson of SAA, of the SAA board. He's not discussing them with the chairperson of the Eskom board, is it not?
Indeed, Chair, it is strange.
And it's the chairperson of the SAA board who's busy coordinating a meeting to discuss Eskom issues with various people and the president. He calls Mr. Linnell. On the 7th, he calls you. And on the 8th, you all meet in Durban at the president's residence. And at the meeting, she's the one doing the talking most of the time.
Indeed.
And yet you are the chairperson of the Eskom board, but she seems to be, discussing these and making all arrangements, exchanging views with the president about what should happen at Eskom.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mr. Selector.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tsotsi, who headed the war room?
The war room was headed by the then deputy president, who was the current president.
So did he, at any stage, call you to raise concerns of the war room with you?
No, we didn't, Chair.
Were there would the Minister of Public Enterprises have been part of the war room?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But the minister, as at the 7th of March, when you got this call from Mr. Dumieni, had never spoken to you about any inquiry at Eskom, or had she?
No.
She had never spoken to you about any inquiry at Eskom?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to complete the paragraphs that the Chairperson...
I'm sorry. You said there was Mr. Talent Mieni at the meeting of the 8th. Did he make any contribution to the meeting? Do you know why his presence was necessary at that meeting?
I don't know why he was at the meeting. No, he didn't make any contribution.
He didn't make any contribution?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. To complete those paragraphs, the Chairperson was reading out to you, Mr. Tsotsi. Paragraph 14 says, during the following day, Saturday, 7 March, 2015 it would be, Mr. Tsotsi either called me or I was provided his contact number, but I requested from him company documents and policies which would be required for proposing the inquiry and its terms. During that exchange, it was evident he would also be at a meeting in Durban on Saturday, 8 March 2015. Your comment on that, Mr. Tsotsi?
I think Nick must have gotten my number from Dudu because I didn't have a number of his. And I don't know about this business of, I don't recall him asking me for documents, nor would I have given him in any case. So I'm not sure where he is going with the idea that, I don't recall him asking me for documents.
You recall that, you recall whether when you met him at the president's residence in Durban on the 8th, you were meeting somebody with whom you had discussions before or not? Or you're meeting somebody that you really didn't know?
No, as far as I was concerned, I was meeting him for the first time. I don't recall having had any discussions with him.
Yes, okay.
I don't recall him even calling me because I didn't have his number.
Yes, okay.
Well,
I see that he also says that Mr. Talent Myeni didn't play any active role in paragraph 16. He says while Ms. Myeni's son played no active role in the meeting, Jabu provided information about the state of Eskom, blah, blah, blah. So I think the two of you are agreed that Mr. Talent Myeni played no active role in the meeting.
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, Mr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tutsi, Mr. Linnell has provided also a statement to the,
Please raise your voice, Mr. Slinger.
has provided also a statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee along the lines of his affidavit. That statement is also contained in this bundle. It's on page 123.
Yes.
And there's just two paragraphs I want to refer you to on page 125. Oh, page 125?
25.
125, yes.
Yes.
So he says in paragraph 7, the president listened to these views and asked one or two questions, then he agreed. He undertook to speak with the minister, and Mr. Tsotsi would speak with the board. That's in regard to what had been proposed, the inquiry and the suspension.
And I say that it does appear that what Mr. Linnell says about the role played by the president at the meeting seems to be consistent with your version. On your version, there is not much that he said at the meeting. He listened most of the time, but he did ask you whether you knew the executives who were to be suspended. Then at the end of the meeting, he asked you to test this proposal of an inquiry with your board, and he would talk to the minister.
Yes.
So, and Mr. Linnell says in paragraph 7, the statement, the president listened to these views and asked one or two questions, then he agreed.
Yes.
Okay.
And do you also...
How long, I'm sorry, how long do you think that meeting lasted at the president's residence in Durban?
The actual meeting with the president could have been about 40 minutes or 45
About 40 minutes.
something like that.
Oh, okay.
Not more than an hour.
Yes. And most of that time was taken by Ms. Myeni doing the talking.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Must have been strange to be in that meeting as chairperson of the Eskom board. You sitting here with people and the president, but the person who's doing most of the talking about the company which you chair is somebody else, and like, saying, well, this is what needs to be done, and so like she knows what needs to be done and she needs to just sell the idea to you, to say, here is an idea.
Chair, I was in a state of semi-shock most of the time.
Yes.
Because I just could not believe what I was hearing. So I was just flabbergasted,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So, do you also recall, Mr. Tsotsi, the President ending or concluding the meeting by saying he will speak to the Minister?
Yes, certainly.
That's correct.
Yes.
So then Mr. Nenel says, as the matter was urgent, I would travel to Johannesburg the following day and be available to the board as and when required. Now, we know the following day would have been the Monday, 9 March 2015.
Correct.
So you would have then, Mr. Tsotsi, called the meeting of the 9th of March after this meeting of the 8th.
Correct.
Now, have you ever had to call a meeting at such short notice before?
Yeah, certainly the first time, Chair.
So Mr. Linnell then says, overnight I drafted a proposed board memorandum, proposed resolutions, and an aid memoir on suspensions. I forwarded these to Mr. Tsotsi, attached. I assume this was subsequently circulated to the board. This included, and he gives the details there. Now, can you recall him forwarding all that to you, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes, I do recall, Chair, which is how I got to forward the document to the Secretariat for them to circulate to the board members.
Yes, he has attached those to his affidavit, and that's on page 165 of the bundle before you we are busy with. See whether you recognize this email.
Did you say 155?
160, I beg your pardon, Chairperson.
Oh.
Page 160, Mr. Tsotsi. It's an email from Mr. Nick Linnell, sent on Sunday, 8 March 2015 at 6:37 p.m. It's sent to an email ztsotsi@liquifier.biz. The subject line is the board memorandum and resolutions. Attachments, board memorandum and resolutions. I recall this email being referred to yesterday to Mr. Matuna. You recognize the email?
Yes.
Is this then what Mr. Linnell would have sent to you?
Yes.
Now that email address, ztsotsi@liquifier.biz, is that an Eskom email address?
No, this is not an Eskom email address.
Yeah, can you explain to the chairperson if it is not Eskom?
No, that was my own private email address, not the Eskom address.
Does anything turn on it that an Eskom email address was not used by your private?
I didn't get the beginning of your question.
Does anything turn on the fact that not an Eskom email address was used to forward this document, but your own private email address?
Is there any significance?
No, I didn't make anything of it. What was important for me was the formal communication that I needed to make
Just address the chairperson.
to the board. That's what was important to me. At this point in time, Nick was merely telling me what he's thinking he ought to do. So there was no significance in using the Eskom email here, because he was really addressing himself to me. And, you know, I then would have escalated the communication to the level of Eskom once I was satisfied that that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. The following pages, page 162, you may turn there, and page 164. Starting with page 162, I presume that's the memorandum referred to in Mr. Linnell's email to you. You see that?
Yes.
And on page 164, it's a resolution.
Yes.
This would also have been the document attached to Mr. Linnell's email.
Yes.
So these documents, you then circulate, or shall I ask you rather, you said earlier, you forward them to the company secretary, correct?
Correct.
That's correct, yes. And the company secretary at the time is who?
It is Malisela Puguje. Puguje Malisela.
Yes, and your request to him is to call for the meeting on the 9th of March,
Yes.
2015. So when would you have, because Mr. Linnell's email to you is 6:37 p.m. When in time or date would you have forwarded the information to Mr. Pukubia to call the board meeting on the 9th of March?
It would have been immediately on receipt of this document.
I beg your pardon?
It would have been, Chair, upon receipt of these documents.
So that will be on the same date, 8 March, on Sunday, 8 March.
Yes, same thing.
So take us into the meeting of the 9th of March. Well, you have, and the meeting was short-lived, rather let's expedite the process. The meeting is short-lived. The resolution is that you, as the board, wanted to meet with the minister.
Correct.
Is that what was decided?
Yes.
Was the meeting on the 11th a scheduled board meeting?
It was a rescheduling of the meeting of the 26th of March. So in that sense, it was a
26th of
replacement.
February. 26th February.
It was 26th of February, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in that meeting of the 11th of March, or before then, if it is a rescheduled, so you were in the board meeting are resolving to have the minister invited to the meeting. Do you make contact with the minister for that purpose?
Yes, I made contact with the minister. Whether it was on the 9th or the 10th, I can't exactly recall, but I did make contact.
Inviting her to the meeting on the 11th.
Yes, inviting her to the meeting of the 11th.
And did the minister, was the minister?
Minister Lynn Brown.
Yes.
Why did the board want to meet with the minister before they could consider this proposal of of an inquiry?
The reason, Chair, was that the board surmised that the actions that are being contemplated in this resolution would have far-reaching effects on the organization and would impact on the shareholders' role in different ways, primarily because, as you're aware, the War Room was a government initiative. So in order for us to not to conflict with the work of the War Room, we needed to be certain that the shareholder would support us doing well, not quite essentially what the War Room was doing, but certainly not to appear to be contradicting or undermining the work of the War Room. But that this was a separate but credible exercise that Eskom wanted to undertake. So there were those sort of, if you like, policy issues, if I may use that word, or maybe rather protocol issues, which we needed to address.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Tutsi, I've just been drawn to my attention, if you may please quickly, in the smaller bundle, page 1086. 1086.
Okay. The smaller bundle
The smaller
is
bundle.
Eskom bundle 07.B.
Thank you, Chairperson. (1086).
Yes.
On that page is an email, Mr. Tsotsi, from Nalisela Pokubye
Yes.
on Sunday, 8 March 2015, 1 minute after 8, 2001.
Yes.
The email is addressed to a number of people. There, you are CC'd in it.
Yes.
The subject is Board Memorandum and Resolutions, 9 March 2015. You are familiar with this email?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
It says, "Good evening, board members. The shareholder has, through the chairperson of the board, requested that we convene an urgent board meeting to consider and make a decision on the issues contained in the attached document. Urgent meetings are catered for under clause 13.9.4 of the Eskom's Memorandum of Incorporation. It is proposed that the meeting commence at 10:00 in the Huvonkulu boardroom at Megawatt Park. Board members who are unable to attend in person may participate by either video or telephone. Kindly revert with an indication of your availability for purpose of confirming whether there is a quorum or not." So is this the email that would have been sent out on your instructions to the members?
Correct.
When you call or make contact with the minister, is it by telephone? In regard to now the meeting of the 11th?
As probably, it would have been a letter, I think. That would have been course of action. We want the minister to come to the meeting. We would ordinarily write to, I would have, I can't exactly remember, but that would have been what would have been required to be done.
Yes. To your recollection, was the minister surprised by the invite, or was she expecting the invite?
I think the minister was expecting the invite. The reason I say so, Chair, is because when the minister was leaving the meeting, I accompanied her out of the building, as I would normally do. And she said to me, "Look, I know that this is a difficult exercise that you people are embarking upon, and I will be available to you right through the day should you need to talk to me on this subject. So I think the minister had decided, because she knew what was coming, decided to avail herself just so she's available.
Yeah. So when the minister arrives in the meeting on the 11th of March 2015, what does she and the board talk about?
Chair, there are, excuse me, there are a few things that, if I recall, that the minister herself had wanted to talk about with the board. She took the opportunity to raise them. And if I remember well, one of them was the security of board meetings. That it looked as though board meetings were being tapped. And so she made some comments around this. I don't quite remember exactly what else, but the minutes will tell us. But there were one or two other issues that she dealt with before going into this particular matter.
Did the board, or was the agenda of the meeting of the 11th amended to include the latest or the issues that the board wanted to discuss with the minister, given that the meeting of the 11th had initially been meant to discuss matters that should have been discussed on the 26th of February? In other words, did you then intend that that meeting of the 11th would deal with both the issues that you needed to deal with the minister and the issues that you had intended to deal with in any event before there was this meeting of the 8th, the president's residence? Or did the board just say, let's start with issues that require the minister's presence, and they discussed that, and then later they postponed the other issues to another day?
Chair, what happened and what was planned for was that the board meeting to discuss the company matters would be the first order of the day from the morning, and we anticipated that we could complete the Eskom's business by the time the minister arrives. So we had planned to have the minister come into the meeting close to lunchtime. And if I recall well, the substantive issues were dealt with before the minister arrived. And of course, it's an in-committee meeting that the board had with the minister.
Okay. Mr. Select.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tsotsi, we have been provided with the minutes of that board meeting. If this will assist your recollection, on page 671, of the smaller bundle, Eskom bundle 07.B.
07?
Point B.
Or by the way, we changed to, 07.B.
Point B.
Oh, okay. I may have said point 1 earlier on. Okay, so what's the page?
Page 671.
Okay.
Small bundle starts at 900 and something.
I think you are right, Mr. Tusi.
953.
Starts at?
Page.
Yeah, 6 something must be in the other In the bigger
It would be in
bundles.
the other, in the first one.
Six, 7, 1.
Yes. 671.
Well, we are there
Thank you.
on the big bundle.
Right.
So that, Mr. Tsotsi, let's see whether it will assist your recollection. It's minutes of the Eskom board meeting with Minister of Public Enterprises held on 11 March 2015. At the boardroom is mentioned, 1000 is the time stamp, strictly confidential. Present chairman is yourself, Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes.
and the list of other members there. Mr. Matuna, Ms. Mabuza, Ms. Naidu, Ms. Klein, Ms. Karim, Mr. Naidu, Mr. Paminsky, Ms. Molefe, Mr. Baloyi, Dr. Ngubane, Mr. Koza, and Mr. Kumalo. Also in attendance is Ms. L. Brown, Minister of Public Enterprises, Ms. M. Mkolo, Director General DPE, bracket acting, and Mr. M. Pukubia, Company Secretary. Board in committee session, after introductions and formalities, the Minister raised the issue of the location of a bugging device, which was found in the Huvonkulu boardroom at the Eskom Megawatt Park. She also noted the fact that no investigation into the matter had been initiated and pointed out that it is a very serious matter over which action should have been taken. The CE responded by explaining that the matter was being dealt with and that a number of new procedures had been introduced in order to stem the possible repetition of a similar matter. It was standard procedure that the boardroom is swept for the existence of recording and transmitting devices a day before a meeting, as well as a day after the meeting. He thereafter reported that he is still awaiting a report from the service providers about the origins and the exact nature of the device. The minister stated that the matter needs to be investigated urgently and that it should be accorded the necessary urgency, which she is not detecting from the actions taken thus far. At this point, the CE and the FD, that's the Chief Executive Officer and the Financial Director, correct, Mr. Tsotsi,
Correct.
were excused from the meeting at 10:34. Now, you heard Mr. Matuna yesterday's recollection that it was the minister who asked, well, firstly, the managers were said they should be excused. And he said he remained behind because he thought he's not part of the managers to be excluded, to be excused from the meeting. And then he said, the minister said, UCE also should be excused. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes.
Then you were trying to recall and relating to the chairperson what the board and the minister discussed on that day. You could give us the points, or you could look into the meeting to assist you in your recollection. I see there are certain points made at the bottom of page 672. But let's see, if I may just quickly the paragraph just below where the CE and the FD are excused. It says the minister continued and stated that she has no right to instruct the board on any matter regarding the conduct of Eskom's business. She stated further that the meeting is an informal one and then proceeded to note a number of negative developments. Now, that statement is a curious one, and I would like you to explain to the chairperson, why do you think it was made, if it was made at all?
You're talking about...
That I have no right to instruct the board on any matter.
Chair, I am understanding the minister to be saying that in accordance with the way she understands her fiduciary relationship with the board, it does not permit her to give the board an instruction. I'm not so, I don't know, I think that's what it meant. I can't imagine that she would say that without trying to emphasize the fact that she doesn't have the authority to instruct the board.
Yeah, it's because it presupposes prior knowledge of something she might have been told the board will engage her on. If her starting point was, I have no right to instruct the board. You understand?
In other words, as a prelude to what she is likely to say in relation to, say, this matter that she's aware of. Could be, I can't really say, Chair. It could be, it doesn't give me any specific thinking that that could be the case.
Could it be that in your communication to her to invite her to this meeting, you would have indicated what the board requested her to come and deal with the board about?
Yes, oh yes, certainly she knew what the meeting was about, no question.
So that's what I'm saying. The statement made there presupposes prior knowledge of what was going to be discussed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand where you're coming from. Yes, definitely.
Did the minister discuss the inquiry, the establishment of the inquiry with the board?
The minister did discuss the establishment of the inquiry with the board, yes.
Did the minister support the establishment of the inquiry?
Yes, Chair, the minister supported the establishment of the inquiry.
Did the minister discuss the suspension of the executives with the board?
Yes, the minister did discuss the suspension of the executives with the board.
Did she support the suspension of the executives?
She supported the suspension of the executives. In fact, more than just that, she added one more executive to the list, which
Was that the financial director?
yes.
Oh, and that was a name that was not included in the names that were discussed at the meeting of the 8th.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Did that change the position you articulated to the chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi, and in your affidavit, that you were in fact, before the President and Ms. Dudumiene, opposed to the suspension of the executives, even though you were amenable to the inquiry?
Yes, it didn't change my thinking. I was definitely opposed to the suspensions. To the extent that I recall I wrote a summary of the discussions in the board because there were no minutes that are being taken. I asked one of my staff to make a summary of what was being discussed. And throughout that time, we were making reference, and this was now to circulate to the board members. This was to emphasize the fact that the idea is for these board members to step aside. And in fact, the meeting that followed the ministers' meeting was really the crucial meeting in respect of the matter of suspension, which I will certainly get into if you allow me.
Yes, certainly, certainly. Are these board meetings recorded?
The normal board meetings are recorded, yes. But the in-committee meetings are not recorded. That's been the practice in the company. But minutes or notes are normally taken by someone who will be asked in the meeting to take notes, because the normal recording infrastructure is not available for recording because the people are recused from the meeting.
Could you tell the chairperson whether the meeting with the minister was recorded?
Chair, that meeting was not recorded. The extent of when I say recorded, we're talking about an audio recording.
A digital recording of the
Digital
recording.
recording, no, it was not. There are just notes, which I also say, as I say, I also produced of that meeting.
So the minutes we have read out from would have been produced from a handwritten notes
Absolutely,
of somebody who took the minutes at the time.
yes.
Then the meeting, you said it commenced before the minister arrived. You had your scheduled meeting of the board.
Correct.
Was that meeting recorded?
Yes, that meeting was recorded.
The meeting then after the minister had left, are you aware that that meeting was also recorded?
Hold on, the meeting after the minister had left,
Yes.
that would have been the people and governance meeting in the afternoon.
Well, I wouldn't know, but you were saying you could go to a meeting where the suspension of the executives was decided upon.
Yes, yes.
Which meeting is that?
Okay, that was the people and governance meeting, and that was not recorded.
That was not recorded.
No.
We have a recording. As you would know, this is a commission of inquiry.
Yes.
So the commission has done, in the process of its investigation, obtained information. It has a recording of the minutes before the minister arrived,
Yes.
and a recording of the meeting, sorry, I said the minutes, of the meeting before the minister arrived, and of the meeting immediately after the minister arrived.
Oh, so there's a recording of the people and governance meeting.
Even of that as well.
Oh, I was not aware.
Now, I asked you the question just before I go to those audios, and I'll take you to the transcriptions of those audios. I asked you a question whether did the minister show of support of the inquiry and the suspension of the executives, even as you say, adding the fourth executive on the list of those to be suspended, change your view that you were opposed to the suspension of the executives?
Oh, I understand the question now.
Yes.
Maybe I didn't understand it at the beginning. You were asking me if the meeting with the minister
Yes.
changed my view about whether we should suspend the executives or not.
Correct, yes.
No, it did not change my view, in my recollection. All that happened, Chairman, was I insisted on some methodology of recusal.
You insisted on?
On some other methodology or some other process of recusal of the executives rather than suspension, because I felt suspensions were not a good idea.
Yes. So that had been your view also at the meeting of the 8th?
Yes.
At the president's residence?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And it turns out that there wasn't a process at Eskom which would ensure that the executives do not have the normal access they would have to their offices, other than precautionary suspension.
Why was it thought the continued presence of the executives would be problematic or would interfere in any way with the inquiry or this investigation? Why? What was the factual basis for thinking that they would interfere, indeed that they would not be helpful?
Chair, I think the feeling amongst board members was that there is no way of knowing whether in fact interference would have happened.
Yes, but isn't that a problem? Based on what Mr. Matona said yesterday in his evidence, he was told that the basis of the suspension was not that there was any wrongdoing on his part.
Yes.
So why was it thought that somebody who had not done, who was accepted as not having done anything wrong, would not cooperate and actually assist this investigation, or if he remained present?
As far as I know, the executives were expected to assist
Yes.
with the inquiry.
But why would, how could they assist if they were suspended?
The idea was that they would be subject to some interview on specific issues that come up in the process of the inquiry.
But
That was the idea.
But what was the basis for thinking if they continued and the investigation continued, and whenever they are needed to answer anything or hand over information, that they would not cooperate?
Well, it's difficult to say, Chair, what was living in people's minds about that, but there was a general acceptance that it is easier and more justifiable that they not be present at the time of the inquiry, so that you do not attribute anything that you may find to them or to their having interfered. There is a possibility that, or this is what would have been in people's minds, I would have thought, that they could have either prevented access to certain information, or they might have interfered with their staff in terms of what their staff can and cannot say, or that their staff would have felt inhibited to express themselves about what they know about the business if their bosses were there. This is the kind of thinking, I believe, must have motivated that approach.
Mr. Siliga, we are at nearly 4:15.
Yes.
Let's talk about how long we
proceed going forward.
yeah, how long, how much more do you need to conclude Mr. Tsotsi's evidence?
Thank you, Chairperson. I
know that the
We-
issue of the meeting, the activities of the 11th, and subsequently there's a lot to be dealt with
cover-
there that I accept. But how long? What's your estimate?
Yes. Chair, we could take a 5-minute adjournment with your leave,
Yeah,
and I could make a judgment call.
yeah. No, that's fine. I take it that Mr. Tsotsi, you are still available to continue.
Yes,
Yes, yes. And all legal representatives, I'm sure they have no problem. Yes, okay, all right. We'll take an adjournment. Let's make it 15 minutes adjournment.
Yes, Chair.
And depending on what you say, we could continue from 4:30. Maybe if we take an hour, we should finish. But you will reflect and you'll tell me when we come back.
Yes, I will consider my notes, Chairperson,
Yeah, yeah,
and indicate to the Chairperson before we resume,
yeah, that's
so
fine.
that the Chairperson knows prior to that
Yeah,
how
no,
much
that's
time.
fine. We will adjourn then and resume at 4:30. We
Thank you,
adjourn.
Chair. the 11th of March, 2015, the minister has left, and you were saying you could take us into the meeting after the minister has left.
Just to conclude on the meeting between the board and the minister, what were the decisions taken in that meeting, if there were any decisions
Chair, the
or
decisions,
conclusions?
the decisions pertaining to the matter at hand, with that, yes, the minister does support the inquiry to proceed, and that we should seek an independent company or contractor, and that she agrees with the suspension of the executives concerned.
And she added one more name.
Yeah, she mentioned that she also added the name of the FD.
Yes.
She mentioned the name of the FD.
Now, in the discussion with the minister, or from the 8th to the commencement of that meeting between the board and the minister, had you had any discussion with the minister as chairperson of the board? In other words, prior to her arriving at the meeting on the 11th, between the meeting in Durban and the commencement of the meeting on the 11th, had you had any discussion with the minister?
Chair, no, I did not have any discussions with the minister.
Yes. Did you write anything to her?
Oh, okay. In terms of requesting her to come, we did make a memo to her.
Yes. Did that memo tell her about this proposal of an inquiry and the suspension of the executives, and give motivation for the inquiry and the suspension of the executives?
Chair, I know the memo spoke about the inquiry, but I can't recall exactly whether there was mention of the
Yes.
of the suspension of the executives. I don't really.
But in any event, the president had indicated that he was going to speak to the minister. You were going to speak to the board, and he was going to speak to the minister.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So when the minister came to the meeting, did she appear to have a good understanding of the proposal and the reasons for the proposal?
Yes. To me, she definitely appeared to understand.
Yes.
Everything,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. No, that's fine. Then you may continue in regard to the meeting after that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tsotsi, you were saying you could take us into that meeting, but I would like to go ahead of you, if I may, because as I said, the Commission has obtained the audio recordings of that meeting. The transcript of that audio is contained in the bundle before you. I believe you've already opened to it. You can help me with the page number there at the top of the page.
692.
692. Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Yeah, there's 4 different recordings the Commission has obtained, and I'm going to focus on 2 of those recordings. I'll take you there now. Let me just explain to you. The first recording in the transcript is the meeting of the board before the minister arrives. Chairperson, I'm going to give the page numbers which can be written down. That is on page 811 to 8.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said we must go to 692, and I went there.
Yes.
Are you still there?
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes, okay. The
But
page
because
numbers you'll give us are for what?
There's 4 meetings.
Yeah.
Recordings in respect of 4 meetings.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to give you the bigger picture before I go into the details.
Yes, that's fine, yes.
So you have the first meeting
Yeah.
without the minister.
Yes,
The transcript thereof is on page 811.
okay.
If you jot it down, Chairperson, for present purposes.
But do I need to note that down now? Because aren't you going to give it to me when we go there anyway?
It's because I want to confine myself only to 2 of those recordings.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, all right.
So it's 811 to 865.
811 to 865. Okay. That is the first.
That's the first meeting before the minister arrives.
Okay, that's the meeting of the board without the minister.
Without the minister.
Yeah, okay.
Then
Yes.
the minister arrives, and we don't have a recording of that, as Mr. Tsotsi has correctly indicated. But then there is a recording of the meeting after the minister has left. And the transcription of that is on page 866 to 906.
What are the page numbers again?
866 to 906, 906.
I'm sorry, that first meeting, that recording is 811 to what?
865.
Oh, okay. So this one is 866 to
906.
906. That is now the recording
After the minister.
of the board meeting after the minister.
Then,
Yes.
then there is a board meeting where Mr. Nick Linnell is introduced. The transcription of that is on page 692 to 787
Page 692,
to 692 to 787.
and that's 7. These are all on the same day.
This is all on the same day, chaps.
Yeah,
All on the same day.
yeah, okay. But they are regarded as separate meetings.
They are indeed separate meetings, one after the other,
Okay, so this last one is a meeting of the board
with Mr. Nick Linnell.
where Mr. Linnell is introduced.
Is introduced.
Okay,
And then the last one, which Mr. Tsotsi referred to as the P&G meeting, is page 787 to page 808.
787 to 808.
to 808.
What meeting is that?
That's P&G meeting, People and Governance Committee.
Yes, okay.
So I want to start at the meeting after the minister, which is on page 866.
Okay. Yes.
I have arranged with the IT technician to assist us in that regard, Chairperson.
Your voice dropped again.
I have arranged with the IT technician to assist us in that regard,
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi, the audio will be played. And during the course of that, I would ask you to identify to the chairperson the speaker at each given moment. Audio clip 911.
And the transcript starting at page 866 is a transcript of the recording that we are going to listen to now.
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay.
Chairperson, the legal representative for Mr. Tsotsi says he wishes to address you.
Yes, okay. Maybe you can address me from where he is if it's going to be quick.
It is rather short. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
I've been at pains to try and
Yes.
avoid what I have no choice but to do now.
Yes.
Firstly, we just want to place on record that former Minister Lynn Brown's statement was not provided, or at least had not been received by either Mr. Tsotsi, the witness, before he started his testimony, nor us.
Yes.
Secondly, consistent with Mr. Tsotsi's evidence so
Yes.
far,
Yes.
he was not aware that there's a transcript of recording for some of these meetings that now
Yes.
appear we are going to get into,
Yes.
let alone that neither he or I are aware that there will be a recording that is going to be played invariably where he would be asked to comment.
Yes.
Now, there's no issue from where I'm sitting
Yes.
with that happening.
Yes.
The only problem is that we expected that he would at least be given an opportunity to go through statements and recordings that would be expected to comment upon,
Yes.
so that he does not run into the temptation of responding to an issue out of context if he
Yes.
had the benefit of reading the entirety of the document,
Yes.
and therefore jerk his memory properly.
Yeah.
So hence I'm rising at this stage to say, in all fairness, my submission would be that he be granted an opportunity to go through, and then this exercise that is intended can then be proceeded with, at least with the benefit of having looked at the statements accordingly.
Well, what if we do this? Let's run it. If he is asked any questions and there's a problem, he says so and we take it from there. In case whatever is asked, he has no problem with.
I'm happy, Chairperson, for the
So in other
guidance
words, we deal with each problem on its merits as it arises, if any problem arises at all.
Yeah, I'm happy with that approach. The only challenge I anticipate,
Yeah.
which I'm trying to very hard to avoid,
Yes.
is for me to feel the need to have to jump up and object. I hate
Yes.
that when it's done to me. I don't want to do it to
Yes.
anybody
No,
else.
no,
I
understand.
must make this point.
Yes.
Whilst you took the 15 or so adjournment, I was at pains to try and rush through
Yes.
the
The
transcript
statement.
recording, which my client clearly indicates.
Yes.
Not only was he not aware that it was recorded,
Yes.
he sees it for the first time.
Yes. Yes.
I could not myself finish it in that period, let alone that he had to go to the bathroom.
Yes. Yes.
So
yes.
where I'm sitting, and I'll be guided by the chairperson, it could assist the commission's work much swifter if he simply was given chance to read.
Yes.
and then prepare himself and help my colleague as he leads the evidence
Yeah.
by being just on point on the issues.
Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Do you want to say anything, Mr. Seleka?
Chairperson, my response will be that the best evidence in this case is the audio itself.
Yeah.
It's a recording of the board meeting where Mr. Tsotsi was the chairperson. He will hear himself and nobody else speaking. He will hear his colleagues at the time speaking. I'm not sure what will be surprising to Mr. Tsotsi in the audios. So he will have, if there's any correction to be made in the transcription,
Yeah.
made the correction by reference to the audio.
Yes.
So
Okay, I think what we'll do, let's go ahead, and when Mr. Tsotsi is asked to comment or ask any question, if there is a problem, he will raise it, and we'll look at it at that stage. And if his counsel thinks there is a problem, we can look at it at that stage. It may well be that there will be no problem and everything will go smoothly.
that's also my anticipation, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chairperson. So we're on page 866. Audio file 9.1.1.
And if anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing this. So there are some serious misdemeanors that are going on in this. Very serious.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you because from even a corporate perspective and from my experience, the tendency is that you do not get better results in whistleblowing if you do not make that change. And if the executives continue to be in the position that they were in, they will suppress investigation. So I'm not.
Are the technicians not ready?
With that, because I've seen it happen.
Oh, yes. Norman, sorry.
Thanks, Chair.
So far, I can't see you from
What in your eyes?
Yeah, actually, my take on this is that I don't know whether these issues that you are referring to are issues that happen.
Should we, if they are going to take long, should we deal with other matters they indicate to you when they are ready so that we don't waste time?
Structural changes at the high level are approved by the board. And if it happens under the watch of the board, then
Is there any
the board
time
has to take some responsibility.
So may I?
I thought
May I
you said
proceed?
they were ready from the morning.
Yeah, that's what they assured me yesterday already.
Yeah.
Well, Chair, I'm going to leave them to sort it out.
Yeah, they must indicate to you when they are ready.
Yes.
Well, maybe your junior should be there to make sure that she can see when they are ready so that we don't waste time.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Mr. Tsotsi, despite your opposition to the suspension of the executives, we know from Mr. Matsuna's testimony yesterday that 4 executives were ultimately suspended. I think you switch off your mic.
Yes.
Were you the only one in the meeting who was concerned that they should not be suspended, but some other form of absence be agreed upon?
Chair, I
Or there
honestly
may have been
I cannot
a few
recall,
others, yeah.
I don't recall,
But was your concern the label, suspension, what effect it would have when it's conveyed to the outside world of the executives? But you also had the same thing in mind in terms of substance, namely, they should not be at work for a certain period of time.
I was really concerned, Chair, about their own personal reputations
Yes.
and the damage that might do to their careers. And, you know, a lot of things are around perception, you know. And even though we readily said that they are not being accused of having done any wrong, but perceptions are perceptions, and as an individual who's suspended, people will always attribute that to something, even though there is no
Yes, you know, sometimes people say somebody's on special leave instead of saying on suspension. Is that what you had in mind?
That's the sort of thing that I had in mind.
Which would be a label. Because when somebody is said to be on special leave and somebody is on suspension, they are both absent from work for a certain period of time. But one label has certain implications, another one has different implications. So in other words, in substance, you also had in mind that they should be absent from work for a certain period.
Yes, on the basis of something like special leave. But
Yes.
the impression I got was that Eskom does not have that sort of
That kind of
provision.
label, yeah. Okay, all right.
So I mean, I relented and it's important for me to state, Chair, that I relented because I had the absolute confidence that for as long as I'm there, I'll make sure that they return to work and that they're not prejudiced in any kind of way. That was the sort of backstop for me in my mind to say, I will make sure that nothing untoward happens to them. Because I was convinced that, and by the way, another thing that's important to note, at the time when we were dealing with this matter, there was no intention of even investigating the executives themselves. This was, I don't know exactly where this was made clear, but I recall that we had the understanding that at no point is there an intention to investigate them in the course of this inquiry, but to stick to the terms of reference which deal with the objective condition of Eskom in terms of the issues that are problematic, and not the individuals themselves.
Well, I got the impression, I got the impression, both in terms of Mr. Matona's evidences yesterday and maybe reading some of the affidavits and documents, that while they might not have been accused of any misconduct, but what was being investigated included how they were managing the company. In other words, their performance. Were they managing the company properly to meet with the challenges, to deal with the challenges that the company was facing? That's the impression I got. But if you say the idea was not to investigate them, that seems to be inconsistent with my understanding, because my understanding seems to be that while the board might not have been saying they've done anything wrong, but it seems that it wanted to investigate whether the way in which they had been running the company or managing the company was the right one. Of course, there was this allegation that the war room was being fed with wrong information, inadequate information. Obviously, that must relate to the executives.
Chair?
So what do you say to that?
Well, Chair, in that respect, let's not forget that ultimately, after I left Eskom, and as a matter of fact, at the time I was dealing with my departure at Eskom, already they have the terms of reference, and Nick was out of the picture. And so they then put a set of terms of reference anew, which I was not involved in at all. So the possibility for me is that some of these issues could have then been brought in at a time when I was not involved in the consideration of the terms of reference. I never attended a single meeting because these things happened after I left.
Well, except that Mr. Matona was also not there after you had left. So he was talking very much about what was conveyed at the meeting, was conveyed to him on the 11th. And I'm saying that based on what he was saying, it seemed to me that your board was saying this inquiry would, what it would look into included how the management, how the executives, maybe not just these, but how the management of Eskom was dealing with the challenges that the company was facing. And then there was this issue that the war room was being fed wrong information. And I would imagine that the person to approve any information that was being sent to the board, to the war room, would be the CEO, I would imagine.
Okay, so the discussion was about the performance of the executives as against any misdemeanor, so to speak.
No, effectively what I'm saying is you can't, it's difficult to say you can speak about the performance of the company without talking about the performance of the executives who are running the company.
Yes.
Because they are the ones who make certain decisions which either enhance the performance or, make decisions that end up with poor performance by the company. But I'm just testing your idea that before you left, the idea was not to investigate these executives. And I'm just saying, but how could this inquiry not include investigating these executives? Because the inquiry was alleged to be about the performance of the company, and they were the top people running the company.
Okay, so I would have made a differentiation personally between their management style in terms of what they're able to achieve. For example, the decision making.
Yes,
If typically, for example, the head of generation or the chief executive decided, okay, we're not going to do the maintenance for 3 months because there is a requirement that we must have the lights on under any circumstances. Now, that decision, once it is a bad decision, would be one that would reflect on his capacity to handle the job.
Yeah.
Whereas I was talking myself, and in my mind was the thought that there is no malfeasance per se in that it is just a question of not making the correct decision.
Yes, no. If what you meant was that there was no idea that the inquiry would look into whether they had misconducted themselves.
Yes.
That I can accept.
Otherwise, I do agree with you.
Yeah, but otherwise, in terms of how they did their job,
Yes.
whether they made the right decisions and they appreciated the challenges of the
Correct.
company, that would be part of the
That would be
inquiry.
part of it, yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Slager.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Tsotsi, a couple of things. Let me start with the first one. And is this about the war room and the allegation of apparently inaccurate or inadequate information being provided to the war room? Were you aware of that being a concern?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Did the board raise that as a concern with the executives, such as Mr. Matuna in this case?
The board would have raised that. I can't exactly precisely say at which sitting of the board.
You heard him say yesterday that that was never raised with him.
Probably, as I say, I don't know which sitting it would have been. Maybe it was not at the sittings that Mr. Matuna was involved in. I can't remember right now.
But remember, Mr. Tsotsi, the 11th of March was the first sitting
Yes.
of this board for all intents and purposes to deal with the business of Eskom, because the meeting of the 26th February was postponed to the 11th.
Yes.
And on the 9th, they met briefly about something else. So it seems to me that there wouldn't have been any meeting prior to the 11th at which the board would have raised such an issue with Mr. Matona.
That would be correct, Chair, yes.
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 And if the matter was raised with him, it could only have been maybe by you as chairperson, if this had come to your attention and you raised it with him outside of a board meeting. Do you remember whether you did raise it outside of a board meeting? He said yesterday.
I don't
nobody
recall.
raised it.
I really don't recall having raised it with him.
Yeah.
But certainly I agree with you. The fact that the only substantive board meeting dealing with Eskom's facts and
Yes.
issues was the one on the 11th of March, and that didn't come up.
Yes. And the concern about inadequate information, exactly what is it, if you are able to articulate it? Was it that the executives were being asked a certain amount of information and they provided the right information but not enough? Was it that they were providing poor information, bad information? What was the exact nature of the concern?
From what I understood, the war room was interested in as current information as possible. And a lot of the stuff had to do with what is going on with the load shedding. Now, I don't know, Jay, if you recall, just to give you an example of the kind of complexity that they were dealing with. The incident that occurred where the most recent previous chairman of the board, Jabu Mabuza, supposedly gave information about load shedding to the deputy president or president, I'm not sure, and things changed, and he was said to have misled the president or deputy president. Now, it is that sort of things. There were so many changes that were occurring in the organization that when executives present information which they believe represents the true situation, and then something else comes along and changes, so they have to go back and change information. So for them to explain, I guess, or rather for the war room to understand which is part of the problem with the war room, the understanding of the complexities of the operation of Eskom. It was difficult. The engagement was very difficult because the majority of the people in the war room were government officials. There were DGs and, of course, ministers. So there was that gap, in my view, until they started to bring in people who were technically conversant to support the war room. Things got better at that point because, you know, the technical people began to understand what the difficulties were. But at the beginning, those were the gaps, understanding the complexities and the you know, the sudden changes that occur in operations in the organization. So I think that I understood to be where the problem was.
Yes.
Yes.
It's I mean, I can understand a concern that may have emanated from the war room that would say, we are concerned that the current management is not up to the job, because these are the difficulties we are having, and we have been having these difficulties for a certain period of time. Maybe it's like they don't appreciate exactly what is needed to be, what we need to be given to us in order for us to try and find a solution. But then I would expect that that would be put to them straight to say, you have there's a problem. You are not able to satisfy us in this way. So therefore, we are going to have this inquiry and we ask you to take leave or you'll be suspended because we want to look into this. But this idea there'll be an inquiry, but this thing about inadequate information seems to be just a peripheral issue. It's, you know, it doesn't come to the fore in the manner that one would have thought it would. You understand what?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yes, because then if it had been presented like that, they would know also, okay, there's a concern that are we able to really assist in finding a solution if we are not able to provide information adequately, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, it seemed like an inquiry, and then this thing about information being provided to the war room is like a peripheral issue. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Silanga.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Mr. Tsotsi, just for quick reference in your affidavit, from page 17 to page 21, the bottom of page 17. Paragraph 15. Under the heading Board Meeting of 11 March 2015.
Yes.
Yes. So you do say that the board meeting of 11 was twofold. The first purpose was intended to make up for the 26 February meeting that got postponed. Secondly, the minister had indicated that she was available to attend on this day. Turn the page, you carry on page 18. Mr. Linnell spoke on the resolutions which stemmed from the memorandum he had developed. The resolutions were circulated to board members in the meeting of 9 March. You carry on. 15.5 says the minister joined the board meeting of 11 March by invitation from the board. She was already aware of the idea of an inquiry and she supported it. She gave the board the authorization to proceed with it. That is, as you have already testified. You say the minutes of this meeting are missing. In fact, I referred you to what seems to be the minutes earlier of that very meeting. What we don't have is the audio of those minutes, of that meeting. You recall that? The
Yes,
minutes
I prepared this in February, so the time I had a problem.
I appreciate that. And 15.6 says the minister mandated the board to carry out the suspensions of the executive. She even added the name of the financial director who was not part of the original 3 executives identified in the meeting at the president's residence. She further mandated the board to carry out the inquiry. The board deliberated on how the inquiry should proceed. It agreed on the need to have the executives whose area of responsibility would be inquired into be set aside for the duration of the inquiry. The limitation of human resources rules meant that the executives would have to be under precautionary suspension as there was no other method of recusal available. Now, is this paragraph 15.7 and 15.8, are those deliberations after the minister had left?
Let's just see. This would be after, this would be the P&G meeting.
Now, I have read the minutes and affidavits of various witnesses. I grapple with the understanding of knowing, and I would like you to explain this to the chairperson if you can, because you were in this meeting. What did the board resolve to do in respect of these executives? What is the concept that was applied and ultimately effected to have them stay away from work? What did the board resolve?
Chair, the board deliberated on the issue of whether the executives should not or should be away from their offices during the course of this inquiry. And if I remember well, the idea of them not being present resonated with most of the board members.
Did it resonate with you, Mr.?
The idea of them not being present in their offices resonated with me, but under conditions which were, I think, reasonable. That would not prejudice them in their positions or in their work.
Yeah. What did the board, what was given as the reasons that resonated with the board for them not to be present?
The board, as I said earlier, board members were concerned that there could be influence. There could be influence brought to bear by the executives when they're in their offices on the issues that are being inquired into.
So could you tell the chairperson whether was that a concern of the board? A real concern of the board?
In my view, it was a concern of the board. Hence the board's decision that they should not be available at their offices.
Yes. Now, how do you say that with conviction when the board hasn't even had a meeting with the executives prior to 11 March 2015. This is a new board.
I cannot speak for them because they made their views clear in the meeting. So the question you're asking me, I really cannot answer because they engaged in the meeting and they gave their views.
Okay.
I can only assume that they have had experience elsewhere where they've been of this sort of thing. So I'm not assuming that knowing the board members in person, or maybe knowing how they work, was a consideration on their part. I don't necessarily think that could have been the case, because they expressed themselves quite clearly.
So what would be the answer in regard to yourself? Because you also say these reasons resonated with you.
Yes. As I said, I personally felt that I do not want to see a situation at the end of the inquiry or in the course of the inquiry where there are questions that are being raised that certain information was not available because individuals were not in a position to provide that information as a result of some influence that is brought to bear on them by their bosses. So, you know, when we said precautionary suspension, I understood literally that we're being precautious in terms of ensuring that nothing would be impeding the work of this exercise, the work of the inquiry. That was my understanding, my view. At the same time, I was comfortable that the executives have nothing to lose, because not in terms of what may occur when they're not in the offices. And as I said, Chair, that this was a temporary situation where I felt that they would be able to come back, and I'll be there to ensure that they come back to their offices at the end of the inquiry.
Yeah. So how does the Commission ascribe? How does it understand the idea that the board was the one saying the executives should be suspended for these and the other reason the inquiry should not be impeded, when the Commission and in the information you yourself has provided is shown that Mr. Linnell is the one who drafted this resolution? And it did not originate from within the board.
The resolution was discussed, and board members had very specific views about it, to the extent that in the meeting, the board agreed to have Mr. Linnell assist the two different committees. The P&G committee in working on the suspensions, and on the Audit and Risk Committee on the terms of reference.
It's a very strange thing that the board that's supposed to be in control, to have exercise control over the entity, it's a new board. The only thing that has happened before this meeting, where they seem to be so much in favor of an idea that comes from outside the board of an inquiry and suspension. It's their first meeting, really. I know about the meeting of the 9th, but it's their first meeting. An idea comes from people outside of the board and not from management either. They run with it. And somebody that has been obtained or provided by somebody from outside of the board, namely Ms. Mieni, providing Mr. Linnell, is now allowed to get quite involved in the affairs of the board, drafts resolutions, and this board just allows that to just happen. It's very strange to me. I would have thought that if I joined a body like a board of a company, that's not the kind of thing I would do at the first meeting, because I still want to make my own assessment of the situation before I can engage in decisions that could have far-reaching consequences for the entity. It's just very strange. I mean, we know that this idea didn't come from within the board and didn't come from within management, I think, from what I've heard. It comes from outside. You get called to Durban as chairperson of the Eskom board to meet at the president's residence. You meet with the chairperson of the board of another SOE. You are surprised what she has to do with Eskom's affairs, but she's here. She seems to run the show. Even when the president is here in the meeting, the president is listening to her. She talks most of the time. There is somebody that is said to have assisted her somewhere else. He's provided to you to say he can assist. He gets involved. He's drafting resolutions. The board doesn't even say, hang on, if we go along with this idea, we'll look for our own advisor or whoever to assist us. They just run with the idea. It makes you wonder whether the information they have is limited to the information that they got at the meeting, or whether they've got other information from other sources or other people about this inquiry and the suspension of the executives. It just seems quite strange to me. Maybe
Chair, I found myself in exactly the same situation that you are addressing now, at one point, from a certain point onwards. I can just, Jay, if I may just quickly deal with, with that.
Yeah.
I don't know whether in this recordal there is a discussion of what happened when we, at the beginning of this meeting. If what I saw, the little I saw, reflects the beginning of the meeting, then in terms of the recordal, that was not the actual beginning of the meeting. To the best of my recollection, Chairman, when I arrived, what happened was this: I took the minister out, she left, I came back, I went to have lunch, and I was behind because most of the people had had lunch already. And the meeting started about 2:30, and I came into the meeting a little bit late, maybe about 10 or so minutes late. When I came into the meeting was chaired by, it's either Jabu Mabuza or Khoza, one of the two. I can't exactly remember, but my affidavit, I thought it was, no,
that's now
sorry,
the People and Governance meeting.
Sorry?
That's now the People
and Governance, yes.
Committee meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was chaired by it could have been chaired by by Mr. Khoza. When I arrived at the meeting, the discussion that I found was about the executives who were supposed to act.
Yes.
Now, I discovered that there was a list of executives that had been produced from somewhere, and these were the people who were said, it was said, would be acting. The first thing I did was I asked, where do these names come from? And I was told by Ben Gubani that these names came from the minister. Now, I protested because I said, none of you people know who these people are. I'm the only person in the room who knows who would be available to act, who would be in a position to act. And I said, clearly, wherever these names come from, the minister would not know either. They can only come from within the executive ranks. So somebody in the executive must have given these names to whoever, and they ended up in this meeting. So there was this predetermination, except for the acting chief executive. The suggestion was that Khoza should act as chief executive.
Yes.
He admitted that he felt that he could not handle that responsibility. So I said, look, there's no reason why you should if you feel that you can't do it. But at the end, he did become the acting chief executive.
How did that come about in circumstances where he himself said he thought this was too big a job or something?
The committee decided that no, he will take the position, that he needs to and he must take it. So I think he relented on the insistence of members in the committee.
Now, just to clarify, this meeting we are talking about now, which was discussing names of people to act in the positions of the suspended executives, was a People's and Governance Committee.
Yes.
Now, the other sessions, which up to now we have been calling board meetings, were they also People's and Governance Committee meetings? We just wrongly call them board meetings.
No, Chair. This is a board subcommittee meeting. The meeting on
with the minister was with the board.
Was with the full board.
Yeah, and the meeting that took place before the meeting with the minister was a board meeting.
It was a full board meeting as well.
But the meeting after the minister had left was not a meeting of the full board, but the Governance and People's and Governance Committee.
That's
Is that
correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so was there, after the meeting of the People's and Governance Committee's meeting, after that meeting, was there another board meeting on that day, or did the board meeting end when, before the People's and Governance Committee meeting started?
The board meeting had ended with
the suspension.
No. Well, with recommending the suspensions.
Yes, recommending suspensions.
Yes. And also mandating the People and Governance Committee to carry out the suspension process.
Okay. And
which is what the meeting was about.
And also to decide on the people to act.
That's correct.
So the board meeting ended before the People's and Governance Committee meeting started.
Yes.
And then the governance and the People's and Governance Committee meeting started, but it had the mandate to carry out the suspensions and to appoint or to recommend whatever the position was on who should act in the positions of the executives.
Yes.
And for the rest of the day, it's only the People's and Governance Committee meetings that we are looking at from that time on for that day.
That's right.
There was no further board meeting.
No.
Okay, all right. So, so after lunch, you joined this People's and Governance Committee meeting.
Yes.
And you find them already dealing with names of people to act in the positions of the executives.
Yes.
You say to them, among other things, none of you knows these people.
Yes.
I'm the only one and that was because you have been around,
Yes.
for quite some time. What do they say to you when you say that the people in this meeting?
Well, they told me, as I said, Dr. Ngubane indicated clearly to me that these are names that were provided by the minister.
Yeah, and they were just going along.
Yes.
Effectively. They
Yes.
don't know the people because the minister gave the names. They seem to want to rubber stamp, it seems.
That's correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Selege.
Thank you, Chairperson. So should the Commission,
I see we are 25 to 6. Shall we just go on and see where we are at 6 o'clock? I think nobody has a problem. Let's see. Let's review the situation at 6.
thank you, Chairperson. Should the Commission, Mr. Tsotsi, then accept that this board ultimately acceded to the demands of the then President? Or Ms. Dudumieni? And/or?
Demand stroke requests or proposal
Correct. Thank you, Chair.
or instruction.
Or instructions.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So this Commission should
Yes.
understand that to be the position. Thank you, Chair. You see, talking about the new board, I mean, we take it from yourself, what you say was your response to Minister Brown on the 15th of February 2015, when she says to you, management and board members are complaining that you're interfering with management. And remember, your response was, most board members hardly know what I look like, let alone not having worked with me yet. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Doesn't that similarly apply to the the executives?
Quite certainly.
It applies
Most
to-
board members would not know the executives. They didn't know them at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi. Chair, I believe the recording is ready.
Okay, that's fine.
I hope it will play. We were at...
They must just be able to get on with it so that we don't waste time.
Correct. I want to, because Mr. Tsotsi says he went on lunch and came back to find that the PNG meeting had started, thought I could start with that, but maybe I will put the point on it, Mr. Tsotsi. Let's go back to that page I had given, page 866. And that's audio 9.1.1.
And if anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing so. So there are some serious misdemeanors that are going on in the business. Very serious.
I'm sorry.
I
Would
agree
you
with
just,
you because from even a corporate perspective and
rewind.
from my experience.
Please rewind
Would you please rewind to the beginning?
to the beginning.
We're going to
Are you
866.
fine,
And if
Chair?
anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing so.
You said we're going to page 866.
866.
Okay, all right, okay.
Eight.
866.
Yeah, I've got it. Have you got it, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
You found
Yeah,
Chairperson? Thank
go
you.
ahead.
For. And if anybody wants to interfere with that, they will stop them from doing so. So there are some serious misdemeanors that are going on in the business. Very serious. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you because from even a corporate perspective and from
Please pause. Mr. Tsotsi, please identify to the chairperson whose male voice was the first.
That's my voice.
It's your male.
Yes.
We hear a female voice coming on. Can you play it, please?
my experience. The tendency is that you do not get better results in whistleblowing if you do not make that change, and if the executives continue to be in the position that they were in, they will suppress investigation. So I'm afraid
Have you been able to
I
identify?
think that's Ms. Karim.
Can you just come again? What's her first name?
I have to look at the,
We showed you the minutes earlier.
I have to look at the minutes.
I'm sure there's a page which has got a list of the names of the board
Correct,
members.
yes.
If you tell him where that page is, he will see the. Even if he doesn't remember the
And
first name.
Karim, I don't know whether, is it Naz,
What's the name
the initial is N,
and the surname?
it's Karim, C-A-R-R-I-M.
C-A-R-R-I-N.
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
Are you confident that that's the person?
Chair, yes,
Okay.
because the other ladies, I would, yes, there were only 3 ladies in the meeting,
There were only 2 ladies in the
3.
meeting. 3.
yes.
Okay, all right. Yes.
Thank you. Can you?
support that because I've seen it happen.
Oh, yes, Norman, sorry.
Thanks, Chair.
So far, I can't see you from there.
What are your eyes?
Yeah, actually, my take on this is that
That's Norman.
Is that Mr. Norman Baloy?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tsotsi.
I don't know whether these issues that you are referring to are issues that happened under the watch of the previous board or this board. Because, for example, I would expect that structural changes at a high level are approved by the board. And if it happened under the watch of the board, then the board had to take some responsibility. And also, my other undertaking is that before we can rush into a decision, I wish or recommending that we gather all the facts and in terms of reference, so that we don't take a decision based on allegations that don't refer to, that are not relevant for certain people, because we can take decisions that they don't affect somebody a person who's totally innocent and so on. So I wanted us to maybe, when we get into the terms of reference, the decision is made on certain issues that are critical for the business, for this business, for this business, for this business within the organization, so that when we do suspend, we suspend having the fact that there is a serious issue that happened in this division that needs to be looked at seriously, and a person has to be set aside so that we can investigate this particular point seriously, because there is a serious consequence on this specific issue. I will not prefer that we take a blind spot to say that executives must be set aside because they must be forensic. There may be executives that are totally innocent, and putting them on special leave or forced leave. I will find ourselves going to labor court time and again, fighting the same battles with the media as well. So I wish that we deal with terms of reference on issues that are critical and the consequences that came out of those bad decisions or those manipulations of things, so that we are specific whenever we take that decision. Because my big worry is that we'll lose focus and we'll not be able to stand firm in our decision based on, issue of the forensic investigation, for example, Chairperson. Depending on the nature of it, it can be done with or without the executives. But depending on the nature of the issue that needs to be investigated, I think that will tell us much better. And that maybe this one, no, we must not take that decision on this specific person. This one, maybe we can take decision on this specific person to suspend it.
Yes, Ambassador.
But probably.
So is that your voice, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Use of the term forensic implies criminality.
No, that's not my
I
fault.
would
Pause. Sorry, I think that was your voice, then somebody else
Yes.
interrupted. Whose voice is that?
Let's play it and hear it.
say suspending the top layer.
Carry on.
And that maybe this one, no, we must not take that decision on this specific person. This one, maybe we can take decision on this specific person to suspend it.
Yes, Ambassador.
But probably use of the term forensic implies.
What I hear, Mr. Tsotsi, is
Sounds like
your voice saying, Mr. Ambassador.
Sounds like Dr. Ngubane, yes.
Criminality.
Sorry,
I would.
Was Dr. Ngubane being referred to as the ambassador?
No, I just called him ambassador.
Oh,
Well, a lot of people refer to him as ambassador because he was. I call him ambassador.
I can't hear.
Sorry, Chair.
Who was referred to as ambassador?
Dr. Ngubane.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Because he had been an ambassador at some stage before.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
so that is the next voice, Chairperson.
Okay.
Say suspending the top layer of the organization while we investigate the causes of the present problems is probably less accusatory than us trying to find facts about what has happened.
Yes. Look, yes, sorry, Kwaita.
Thanks, Chair. I think the minister has indicated a whole lot of issues.
That's Kwaita.
That's who?
Kwaita Mabuda.
Yes. Mr. Tsotsi, just before we carry on, you heard what you say is Mr. Norman Baloy speak there.
Yes.
He sounded to have expressed reservations about forging ahead with the decision proposed, particularly in regard to the suspension of the executives. How did you as the board deal with his reservations? Oh, your microphone is on.
Right. As a board, I wouldn't know because I don't believe that the board dealt with his particular.
I guess Mr. Selega is supposed to have said the People's and Governance Committee.
Oh.
Because isn't that what is that not where we are? Mr. Selega?
Not yet, Chair.
Oh, not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
But
okay.
I think the question is relevant to the board because they make the decision.
Yes, no, I understand that. I thought we were already at the Governance and People's and Governance Committee.
Not yet.
We are at the meeting immediately after the minister had left.
Correct.
That's where we are.
Correct.
Oh, okay, all right. And that's a board meeting. Okay, all right.
This is the People and Governance Committee meeting. And Mr. Baloi's objections were not raised. He didn't raise any objections during the board meeting when the issue of suspensions was discussed. I think it's the first time that anyone is hearing from him about whatever reservations he may have. He's expressing them in this meeting.
Well, let's sort that out, Mr. Selega. Are we at the People's and Governance meeting, this recording, or is it at the board meeting after the minister had left? Because I hear Mr. Tsozi says this is at the People's and Governance.
I'm sorry, Chair. So this recording is of the board in-committee meeting. Okay, no, that's fine.
Oh, okay, all right.
I didn't realize that.
Oh, okay. All right, all right.
It's corrected, Chair.
Yes, okay, it's corrected. Yeah.
It's correct, yes.
So that's at the board level.
Yes.
I cannot say specifically, Chair, whether the board had any, took any particular, maybe it will come out as we go ahead with this, but I don't recall there being any particular focus on his views about what should happen. I think he was expressing his views like anybody else.
Yes, no, correct. But what I'm asking is, based on your recollection, having been part of the meeting and hearing one of the board members expressing reservations in regard to the decisions that are about to be taken by the board, because this is at the moment of deliberations, the word used in the affidavit. How did the board deal with his reservations?
The board did not deal with his reservations. The board members just expressed their own view.
The discussions continued.
The discussions continued because people are saying different things.
Yes.
And he's one of the people who had a view, which was expressed to the board.
And he didn't insist on somebody answering his concerns.
I don't recall that, and we will find out as we go ahead what happens.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. We may proceed.
Is to be looked at. And in that, in her speech, if we noted what she was saying, it is the basis for the terms of reference.
Yeah,
so you can use that speech as a way of putting the terms of reference. And from that speech, it was indicating the critical sections that needs to be looked at. Yeah. And in looking at those critical sections, you just pick the leader in each section from what she was saying. And if we can, if the Cabinet Secretary can give us a summary of the first part of the first 5 minutes of her speech, which was a more.
Mr. Selega, I don't want us to listen to the recording on everything.
Correct.
Because there is a transcript.
Yes.
I want us to only listen to parts to the recording in regard to parts that you regard as important,
Correct, Chair.
so that we mustn't go through everything. And if those haven't been identified by way of making sure that we'll really listen to what you regard as quite important, then maybe that can be done after we have adjourned, so that when we get to it, it's much quicker.
Yes.
We get to, so we know if there is a discrepancy on the version given by any witness as to what was discussed or decided, and the recording does bring that up, then we could just go there and you zoom in, we listen to that, we stop, we move on,
Indeed.
and we listen only when there is something quite important.
Indeed, Chairperson. Let me go to the section where it goes into the P&G committee, Chairperson.
Yes,
So that I
we are
expedite.
at 5 to 6.
Yeah.
Where are we with how much more time we need? Maybe what we should do, to the extent that Mr. Tsotsi hasn't, I don't know whether the transcript you have had a chance to read.
No, Chair.
You haven't had a chance to read. Maybe what we should do, you should do, Mr. Slega, is we should adjourn now. That's point one. Point two, Mr. Tsotsi should get the opportunity to go through the transcript and listen to the audio and make notes that will help with the identification of the people who are talking in the audio. He will be looking at the transcript as he listens, and he can make notes where it says female voice or something like that. He can write who that is, and so on and so on. And that will assist, because when he comes back, you will know in advance, you will have spoken to him, who the speakers are, and the transcript can be appropriately amended to reflect the names of the people who speak at different parts of the transcript. And one, he can indicate whether he substantially agrees that the transcript reflects the discussions, at least for the time that he was at the meeting. And then after that, we can just focus on the important things, and if there is something to listen to on the recording, we just go straight to that. We listen to that.
Yes.
How is that? Is that fine?
That's perfectly in order,
That will be fine,
Chairperson.
yes.
That's the way to do it.
Yes. Now, if we adjourn now, preferably we should finish with him before we move to the next witness.
I would.
Would you be available to continue tomorrow morning, Mr. Tsotsi?
Yes,
You
Chair.
would be available.
Yes.
And counsel, you are available. So I think that's what we should do. If he can be given the audio to listen to in the evening, I'm sure tomorrow when he comes back, then the whole job can be much easier.
Yes. Chair, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I think the latest development has obviated most of the audio required, or
Yes.
that was intended to be played in respect of Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes.
Yeah. So we should be very brief on that. Too.
Yeah, okay. So, bearing that in mind, what's your estimate of how much time you might need with him tomorrow morning?
I think I will need 45 minutes, Mr.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So let's, shall we start at 10 or 9:30?
Or 9:30, if it suits the chair.
The witness who will come after him, how long is he or she supposed to be?
We were scheduling her for the morning.
Yeah, and then there would be another one later.
And there would be another one at 2.
Yes, and the other one at 2 would likely take how much?
Then go to the beginning of the next day.
So then maybe let's start at 9:30.
Yes.
Is that fine?
It's fine, Chairperson. I just need to indicate, I intimated to my learned colleague that
yes,
I would require, through your permission, to re-examine Mr. Tsotsi on a couple of
that's
points.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Secondly, that to the extent possible, that these statements that we have not had sight of,
if you can be given those,
so that when we come tomorrow, at least he's ready.
Yeah, no, you know, just arrange with Mr. Selega, those can be given.
Indeed, Chair.
Okay,
it's fine, because my understanding was that Mrs. Lynn Brown's statement had been emailed to Mr. Tsotsi together with the statement of Ms. Dudu Myeni.
Yes.
But if they confirmed they have one, but not the other.
Yes.
Because I understood they were in one email, but we will provide them with.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, then we are going to adjourn, and tomorrow we'll start at 9:30. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.